Boom, we are live. I had to come on here tonight. Oh man. Mm, mm, mm. Much love to everybody joining me tonight. Man, if things are just not the same anymore. Mm, mm, mm. Much love. Marley 13 in the building. Miss Angel is in the building. RJ is in the building. Tamika Ward is in the building. Much love to you all. My goodness. Thought I'd jump on here and touch base with y'all. Been covering some research on a massive story that's been unfolding over the last, my goodness, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, just about nearly a year. And it's starting to take a very heavy toll. Huge, especially here in New York and elsewhere. And I thought I'd jump on here tonight and share that with you guys, see what your thoughts are on developing story pertaining to the migration of undocumented folks coming into our country and changing the whole dynamics of our country. What a time with all the stuff that's going on in the world today. What a time. And it's like, wow, is this getting better or is this going someplace? And there's my brother, Boss Blake. Salute to you. Salute to you. Salute to you, Sherry. Much love to you. I even had a conversation with Boss about it. And we're sitting here just going through, some of the content that I said I was going to put out. I was scratching my head and I said, well, let's see what develops. And each day, there's another inundation of the illegal immigration of undocumented people coming into our country, changing the dynamics of this. Like our country don't have our own problems already. You know what I'm saying? I mean, every which way you look and point, there's issues all over the place. And no doubt, I'm sure that anyone that's been following the news, if you can, trying to keep up with casework, for those in the true crime area. And then we go from an isolated story to a story that's blown way up. And I'm just talking about covering our country. And it's a damn shame. And to see our country in this position right now, it's I'm totally disappointed. Totally disappointed. Because our lives are at stake. And it seems like, there's some people that we put into office, vote for to go into office to do their job, are not doing their job. This is the most incompetence I've ever seen our country actually be involved with. And it's a sad story. It is a sad story. The greatest nation on the face of this earth, the United States of America, can't even take care of its own people. Cannot take care of its own people. There are literally tens of thousands of officials that we send to Washington, whether they go to, as a congressman, whether they go as a senator, whether they get into areas of the agencies that employment or the departments that employ them, they need a damn report card, like a child going to school for 4 quarters, because the results that they've been producing for our country is not working. It's not working. It's not working. I've had my thoughts about 2020, and I've been very conservative about my thoughts. And I don't get on here to talk political. But what we're seeing unfold before our very eyes, folks, affects the way we live, affects our livelihood. Our children have to come in contact with the same things that we see, that we come across, whether it be the independent casework that I cover here on my channel, Boss Blake does on his channel, 54 on her channel, RJRJ on his channel, and the like, right? And then we find ourselves with an inundation of something we've never seen before. It reminded me of the movie Scarface. And for a sound check, just to give a sound check, type a 1 in the chat if you hear me good. It reminded me of the movie Scarface, with Al Pacino. Now, this has in no way, shape, and form any derogatory or offensive language or attitude. That's not the point of tonight's live. It is to inform you, the folks that have been living here, born, raised here, educated here, bringing your children up here, so that we can have a life, so that they can have a life. It's to inform you as to what's being allowed to happen right now. That's my opinion. It's being allowed to happen on purpose. And it may not affect us right now, tonight, but I'm starting to see a pattern of something heading forward. Not tonight, but next year around this time. That's when it will take full effect. That's just my call. That's just my call. Lady Hawk, welcome. Miss Sherry, welcome. Annette Sweeney, welcome. I just had to get on here. I mean, I'm watching this over and over and over, and each day, New York City is being inundated by illegal, undocumented people coming from the border. Coming from the border. They're laying out in the streets because they don't have enough room to put them up into hotels, low budget, low rated hotels in the city. They don't have the capital funding, state and federally, to take care of well over 100,000 since last year to date. Well over 100,000 undocumented people living on the streets of New York. I thought the homeless was something to see when you walk down Broadway, 42nd Street, 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 5th Avenue, Avenue of the Americas, all the way from the east side to the west side of Manhattan. Now they're going into Brooklyn, they're going into Queens. They have been trying to get into Staten Island. Curtis Sliwa, also known for his participation with the Guardian Angels, if you've heard of them, group that used to patrol the streets in conjunction with the police to lower crime. And now, New York City is faced with a huge dilemma of undocumented people. Not only that, but what I'm going to share with you tonight is some information that I've come across. You've probably come across it yourself, but I want you to take a look at it from my bird's eye. Take a look at it from my perspective. And much love to Sweet Pea, Cold Pepsi coming in the building. Thank you. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. And I've already put up my disclaimer to give you an idea. Just to give you an idea, I went article after article after article. I'm reading, I'm watching videos, I'm reading some more, I'm watching videos, I'm trying to get an update on the numbers. And I'm saying this is beyond, this has got to be a movie. It's got to be a movie. We are part of the movie now. We're not watching movies. We are the movie. We are the movie now. This motion picture is real. The names haven't been changed because nobody is fucking innocent. Okay? Oh, man. But what you're about to see is just a little sample as to what I've come across pertaining to these folks just piling in busload after busload after busload after busload in New York City, just being dropped off on the street. And all they're doing is following a crowd of other people walking down either Broadway or down Fifth Avenue, just trying to get an idea as to where to go. Port Authority has been inundated. That's on 7th Avenue, inundated with these people. Inundated. Let's take a look at something here. I want to show you this. I mean, this is huge.
Tonight in the heart of New York City, a few blocks from Broadway's brightest lights, people seeking asylum are crammed together, sharing what food they have and waiting, hoping they'll be able to get a bed inside the historic Roosevelt Hotel turned shelter.
A lot of the people here we've been speaking to say they have been waiting for days trying to get information about whether or not there's a bed or some place for them to stay in this shelter here that is supposed to be for people seeking asylum. But right now, they tell us really the only information they have is what's written on this board here, this dry erase board saying that they are currently at capacity. Tickets, save your place in line, and there will be updates at 3, 6, and 9 p.m.
Most tell us they've been sleeping on the sidewalk for days. Bits of cardboard, the only relief from the dirt and grit of concrete. Jose has spent more hours than he can count waiting to be processed. He was a pharmacist in Venezuela, but says the country's political and economic turmoil forced him to flee.
If you already have a trial date, why are they making you sleep out here instead of inside?
No sé. The mayor's office says more than 95,600 asylum seekers have come through the city's intake system since last spring.
It's not going to get any better. From this moment on, it's downhill. There is no more room.
And Mayor Eric Adams says the city doesn't have the resources to keep up with the demand.
You make one man
We have to figure out how we're going to localize the inevitable that there's no more room indoors.
We spoke to migrants who say word about the Big Apple traveled fast. Family and friends told them New York City is a place that will try to house them.
Do you have hope that a solution will come quickly?
Yeah, I hope so.
Miguel traveled for 18 days, making his way from Cuba to Mexico and eventually New York City. He says a friend bought him a plane ticket to New York after he was processed at the southern border.
The situation was getting worse and worse, so it was time to leave. Like it's happening in Latin America.
Some advocates say this overflow is by design, that Mayor Adams is trying to send a message that traveling to New York will not be the American dream these asylum seekers are looking for.
What we've been experiencing for several months now since they opened up the respite sites is inhumane treatment and people that are coming here for help and being blamed for a system that has been in shambles since before the migrants got here.
But the deputy mayor of Health and Human Services says that is far from true.
I've been so proud of the fact that we've been able to take care of over 100,000 people on top of the system that we have already, and no one has had to wait in the ways that they're waiting now. We're the good guys. We are the ones that are standing in the gap of what I feel is a national issue and should have a national solution.
Over the last year, the city has opened 194 sites for migrants, including 13 large-scale humanitarian relief centers. They say they're currently housing over 56,000 asylum seekers. We were granted access to the hotel turned arrival center.
So inside this hotel, this is the first place where people who are seeking asylum are processed in New York City. Officials with the city, they tell us it is hundreds of people coming in to this room every single day.
It was closed for years, but the city opened it as this crisis got worse.
We have met people seeking asylum from Venezuela, Cuba, West Africa, the Congo, the Middle East. Once they're inside, this is a place where they can sleep. One thing that has been striking, seeing people inside as well as outside, is that outside, everyone we've seen, they're adults, mostly men. That's because the city says they have been able to shelter every single family and child who have come seeking asylum. And this right here, all of these playpens for kids, it's a reminder of that. The people we're seeing inside, we are seeing more families, more children who are here waiting for their and their families' claims to be processed.
As for Miguel, he says he will wait.
Many people died along the way. I made it through, so I guess I can't give up.
Ellison Barber joins us tonight outside the Roosevelt Hotel, whereas if you're not familiar with New York City, is right next to Grand Central. Ellison, we've been hearing officials asking the federal government for months now, what is it exactly they want and what will help the situation? And I think you bring up a really good point here in the report, which is that the mayor is doing this to get the attention of the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, look, Mayor Adams says in the immediate future, a start to help this process would be for Congress to expedite authorization so people seeking asylum in New York can work for a set period of time. But speaking with the deputy mayor, she says the issues here are incredibly complex. They say they're looking at this situation. They know this is not the best New York can do. This is not the best the United States can do. But they say they don't have the totality of resources available to deal with this problem on their own. They say it's not just about rooms. They say they need to provide health care, mental health service for people seeking asylum. And they claim they don't have enough to do it. But advocates, they tell us they feel like that's a cop-out, that New York can do more. And instead, they feel like the Democratic mayor is trying to make a statement so the federal government will step up and do more. Tom?
Okay, Ellison Barber for us. Ellison, we appreciate all your reporting, you and your team.
Did you see that? All those people and more to come. More to come. There were some key phrases that I picked up during this report. And it seems like there were more males than children. More males than children. I said, okay, I'm gonna write that down. Because in the next article, found the same thing. I started reading articles and found the same thing. Why are all these men coming from the border? Why are all these folks now of all times now coming to the border and getting through. Coming to the border and getting through. Unbelievable. Carol Smith, welcome. Linda Truman, welcome. Who else did I see pop up in here? This is unheard of. Unheard of. Let me get that second clip for you. You haven't seen nothing yet. Found this clip. Kiki's Eyes is in the building. Much love to everybody joining us. This is horrendous. I have never seen anything, but it's happening now. I said, okay, we're about 1 year from a presidential election. Is this a new voting bloc that the Democrats want in the country? Free room and board, free health care, a job, people seeking asylum? Wait a minute, what the hell's going on in their country that they are running to our country for now? What is the compelling motive for this happening right now? With everything that's happening, we got a grand old papa president that should not even be president. I mean, it's embarrassment to see leadership of this country be the way it is today. Total embarrassment. I've seen many clips of the president, his trip to Vietnam, his trip to he was supposed to go to the G20, the World Forum, and he's falling all over the place. He's got a conflict that he is funding and supporting overseas in another freaking country in somebody else's house, giving them humanitarian cause, giving them ammunition and all kinds of stuff to do what? War with somebody else who happens to be our enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I've seen that played over and over and over. It's a proxy war. They've done it to Syria. They've done it to Lebanon. They've done it to Iraq. How the hell did we get in Afghanistan? All of this shit has been proxy war after proxy war after proxy war, with us behind, but being the ones funding all this stuff. And whose money do you think they're using? Whose money? Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Whose money are they using to do all this shit? Take a wild guess. Anybody, just anybody. RJ. Uh-oh. Kiki's Eyes. Uh-oh. Every time you make a paycheck and they're pulling taxes out before you even get your full pay, it's going someplace else. Did you vote for any of this stuff? Did you give your consent to any of this stuff? They're trying to keep one person from running, having a name on the ballot. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Unheard of. We've never seen this before. You know, the weaponization of a federal agency, not only the FBI, but you got the Department of Justice too. And then we say, well, you know, why didn't Shanquella Robinson get the justice that she needed when she went on vacation with allegedly some friends? She didn't come back home. And the Mexican government is still dragging their feet. Where's their update on that case? Meanwhile, you got people crossing the border in literally hundreds and thousands in droves. I know where they're coming from, folks. And I got an idea as to the reason why. I'm going to take you through that tonight. Shankrock, Brother Shank, what's up? Much love to you. Thank you for joining us. You know, and you figure an isolated incident like the Shanquella Robinson case, you know, you figure, hey, we're partners, we're trade partners. We signed a treaty, we signed an agreement. You know, if you ever need anything or assistance, we're here to help you, and vice versa. Okay, now, so one of our Americans goes down there and gets killed. Does not come back home. They floundered the investigation in the Shanquella Robinson case. They let the people go. They let them leave. Let them leave. They were like, you know, slow poking it. Let them leave, come back to the country, and now they're sending this paperwork through the consulate, which has to go through IOA, you know, which has to go through the Department of Justice to the FBI in order to get to the field office for them to review it to see if they can prosecute the case. Which almost took them a damn half a year with still no results, because the prosecutors found that they couldn't press charges. Videotape, consular statements, police investigation. They couldn't even get the damn story right. It changed 3 times. The timeline was broken. We covered that on the roundtable. Shankrock still today covers that case on his channel. No help for her. But you get a gang load, tens of thousands of people coming into this country illegally, and they're supposed to get help. What about the Robinson family? They're born, bred, and raised here. What about them? What about them? The family's attorney actually went down to Mexico to investigate, hoping that she would make some kind of connection with the attorney general down there, with the officials down there, with the medical people down there, with the people who processed her through the coroner's office or the medical examiner's office to come back to the United States, who prepped her to come back to the United States. And no, nobody stepped up. Nobody stepped up. They end up taking all this information, going to Washington, writing a letter to the president, the vice president, secretary of state as well, and they don't do shit. Goes back to the Department of Justice, and there's no movement. So I say, where's Mexico's update? Have they been following up with the authorities here in the United States pertaining to her case? You don't hear a damn thing. But here, day after day, this gets better. This gets better, folks. Watch this. This gets better.
Dozens of people filing off 3 buses in San Diego, the majority adult men, carrying a backpack of belongings with documents in hand.
The majority of them are men carrying backpacks and documents in their hand. Listen carefully.
Released by Customs and Border Patrol at a local transit center to figure out the next steps in their journey.
It's no problem if I go to Chicago. Where you want?
CBP calling the drop-offs standard procedure.
I'll play that for you again.
CBP calling the drop-offs standard procedure.
If I go to Chicago. Where you want?
You can do whatever you want You're free here. You see this? You can do whatever you want. This is the processing. This is what kind of processing happened. They bring them over the border, pull them off of these buses, and drop them off. I'm going to prove it to you. They're doing it here in New York. And they're doing it elsewhere around the country. You can do whatever you want. You're free here. This is what this Border Patrol officer just told him.
CBP calling the drop-offs standard procedure, but critics say it's proof of an oversight and a strain.
Look at this. Laying them right out on the street. On the street, folks.
System across the Department of Homeland Security, losing track of asylum seekers as they wait for immigration hearings, while many continue to arrive at border crossings.
Was it a rough journey?
Yes.
How many days?
2 days. My husband beats me anytime. I want to make my life better.
A Border Patrol agent telling NBC San Diego about 700 migrants were there on Wednesday, waiting along the border fence, some setting up camp there while the nearby border crossing is temporarily shut down. The drop-offs, a way to alleviate crowding at the crossings. But the DHS Office of Inspector General, an internal watchdog group, found that during a 17-month stretch, 177,000 address records for migrants processed and released into the U.S. were blank or did not contain legitimate locations.
DHS does not have assurance that all migrants can be located once released into the United States. Redacted. You see this? Office of the Inspector General, right here. And between March of 2021 to August of 2022, 177,000 immigrants have been recorded. And the addresses are either blank or illegitimate. You think these people are telling them their real names and where they come from and, you know, what they're all about or anything else like that? Come on. Come on. What kind of processing could they, take a picture, give me a fingerprint, this, that, and the other thing. We'll keep a database on you. Hey, you're free. Yeah, hey, you're free here. Good luck. Good luck.
CBP explaining that migrants are released near transit centers when non-governmental aid groups are at capacity and after consulting with local governments. In a statement saying in part, CBP is working according to plan and as part of our standard processes to quickly decompress the areas along the southwest border. The concerns also growing thousands of miles from the border in New York City.
Immigration is a federal problem. It calls for a federal solution.
Where state and city leaders
that was our New York state governor, Governor Hochul. Governor Hochul, and you got Adams as mayor of the city.
Biden administration for help.
Help us decompress people at the border so that we're not getting 3,200 people through our front door. Let's call for a federal declaration of emergency.
The Department of Homeland Security conducting an assessment of the city's handling of the migrant influx. A senior DHS official familiar with the team's findings telling NBC's Julia Ainsley the team found the city has no exit strategy to see that migrants find their way out of its shelter system.
I keep reminding everyone that no matter how well we do to get people out the system, if we have that amount of people that are continuing to come through the front door, it is going to be hard to keep up.
Look at this. As of 9/10, September 10th, read the background here, folks. We have over 112,800 people in our care, including over 59,900 asylum seekers in our care. Well over 113,300 asylum seekers have come through our intake system since last spring. We have opened 208 sites, including 16 humanitarian relief centers. And last week, from 9/4 to 9:10, more than 3,200 new asylum seekers entered they're coming in by the busload. They're coming in by the busload, and these numbers increase on a day-to-day basis.
That no matter how well we do to get people out the system, if we have that amount of people that are continuing to come through the front door, it is going to be hard to keep up.
And Valerie Castro joins us here in studio now. Valerie, you mentioned a border crossing that is temporarily shut down. Can you tell us more about that?
Kate, this is a section known as the Ped West border crossing, and it's an area that people who live and work on both sides of the border routinely use to get across. It's a pedestrian crossing. It is temporarily closing because Customs and Border Protection says there has been such an increase in human smuggling that there are a lot of migrants now at that section of the border, and there are not a lot of resources. So they're closing that crossing and redirecting everyone to the neighboring one where they can better help them.
All right, Valerie, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Redirecting them to a better one. I want you to take a look at something here. I didn't think I pulled it up. I was just so stirred about this. I said, you know something? I'm going live. I'm going live. I thought I put it up here. Let me show you this. Is it this? Take a look at this. And this I just pulled off of I think it was a DHS website. Just to give you an idea. Just to give you an idea of the points between the Mexican and the Texas, not even that, but you got Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, San Diego, and California. All that is attached to Mexico. That's well over, what 2,000 kilometers? Miles and miles that stretch over 4 frickin' states into California. California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Okay, and they're coming in by the gang loads, folks. They're coming in by the gang loads. Furious Georgia, how you doing? Humongous, what's up, brother? First responders, YouTube has a ton of videos on what is happening on the border. Just terrifying. Yeah, most certainly. And the Department of Homeland Security is responsible for the country's borders, public health and safety. Where are these people coming from and why now? And there are literally over 5 to 6 point areas that they're letting them come through. Let's see if I got that one. Let's see if I got that one. They're not walking, folks. They're not walking. Thought I saw a video of, they're not walking. These are the tracks that come right out of Mexico. Deep out of Mexico. All the way down that stems out of Guatemala. And as you can see, Texas at McAllen. You've got Juarez that borderlines Texas and El Paso. El Paso into New Mexico. Nogales into Arizona. That creeps right over into San Diego. You've got Baja California sitting right there. Marty, how you doing? Good evening. You got Baja coming in. These people are taking railways. I'll show you. I wanted you to just see the map and the numbers. Map and the numbers. Thousands are waiting in Mexico City. Border Patrol says 106,000 use the CBP, which is an app to get an appointment between January of this year and May 31st. I said, wait a minute. They got an app? Did you hear about that? Coming from South America and every Central American country. And my guess is a few Middle East folks too. Yes, Furious Georgia. Yes. 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 What else did I want to hit? Where did I want to go from here? All right, that one's done. That one's done. Oh, I wanted to know who the responsible person was that's in our government that's allowing this to happen with the authority of the president. Here's an app for it. Check it out. I think it's a CBT1. I think it's called a CBT1 app. I said, wait a minute. And so I started looking around and checking and found the information I needed. And so I went to the head of the beast to find out. And watch this. I'm going to share with you this. And, you know, for those of you who might not be political, I mean, that's fine. This is just information. So don't look at it politically to say, oh, this is going to be boring. No, what we're seeing is political. And this is not boring at all. But here is a report that was given by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to our Senate committee based upon this whole event that's happening. I want you to hear the exchange because two senators hit the nail right on the head. And oh my God, wait till you hear it. Wait till you hear it. There's an app for it. Better believe there is. This is the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, is in the Senate Judiciary Committee giving his report in regards to the illegal immigration of these folks coming into our country from the southern border. Here's what he said, and here's what the committee said.
Forward to following up with you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Padilla. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. Let me start with what I hope is a simple question. Do we need to have more or fewer people coming to our southern border?
Senator, we are working on diminishing the number of people whom we encounter.
Oh, and let me truly preface this. I want you to pay careful attention to the Secretary of Homeland Security, his answers. Listen to the question and then listen to how he answers them. I promise you, if you don't get burnt, oh man.
At our southern border, because of the challenge it presents, we're trying to build lawful, safe, and orderly pathways to accomplish that.
Okay, fewer. So we need to have fewer, which means we need to roll back incentives to come. So I would have thought that would have been the answer. Let's talk about what you're doing, though. In January of this year, you rolled out a new phone app called CBP1, an app for a cell phone. I've got a picture of it behind me here. This phone app allows, and I'm going to quote from your own fact sheet, it allows, and I quote, non-citizens without appropriate documents for admission to schedule an appointment to come to the border. They can now go on their phone and schedule a time to come to the border and then be admitted. And you identified 7 separate border points of entry where they could come. 5 of them in Texas, 2 of them in California, 1 in Arizona. It's like a concierge service for illegal immigrants. My question is, you didn't think the border crisis was bad enough that now we're going to have an app that allows illegals to schedule their appointments and come and be admitted to this country?
Senator, you're mischaracterizing the use of the application. Let me explain it to you. We are currently enforcing the public health order of Title 42, and I know you're very familiar with it. There is a process for individuals who claim an exception to the Title 42 expulsion authority because of an acute medical condition.
Well, let's talk about
An
this
urgent-
app.
If I may finish, an urgent.
No, talk about the app.
Urgent
Talk about the
humanitarian
app.
reason.
The man
So
asked you about
instead
the app.
of them coming in between the ports of entry to claim that urgent medical condition, that extraordinarily acute humanitarian cause, we allow a limited number to arrive at our ports of entry and seek the emergency relief that they need.
Schedule you allow them. Let's be particular about
And
what
I
you
should
do.
say
You
that the CBP One app was not unveiled for the first time on January 5th of this year.
Oh no, but you changed it. You made it available on January 5th to the illegals themselves. You don't have to be a lawyer to use it. You don't have to be a member of a non-governmental organization. Anybody can download the app and use it on their phone. And for the first time, you allow them to schedule appointments. Now let's talk about what actually happens when they come to the border. It's interesting. You characterized this when you rolled it out as an application for applying for asylum, but nowhere on the app do you actually require the illegal migrants to apply for asylum or to claim asylum or anything about asylum. And in fact, when they then get to the border, you don't ask them questions, you don't do interviews, you just release them. Here's the Texas Monthly, not a notable conservative outlet, who reports, and I quote, "At no point does the app ask users, are you seeking asylum? Those arriving for the CBP One appointments are given no interviews, asked no questions about vulnerabilities that they may or may not have listed in the app or about why they're coming to the United States. They're simply released into the country in."
And you saw that in the news clip. You know, is it okay if I find my way on how to get to Chicago? Hey, you're free here. Letting them right off the bus.
Quote. So rather than building a wall, Mr. Secretary, you have built Ticketmaster for illegal immigrants.
You are, Senator, you are conflating programs. Let me explain
Well,
to
just
you.
respond to this. Is it true that they are given no interviews, asked no questions, and simply released into the country?
Let me explain to you what we announced on January 5th.
No, I want you to explain to me what's happening. I know what you announced. I read it to you.
So I will explain to you what is happening.
Are they given interviews? Let's start with
because-
that. Are they given interviews?
We were previously experiencing
That's
almost-
starting to
almost-
let's just let's
almost
just hone in here, Mr.
90
Secretary. My time is very limited. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to drive to some clarity here.
But
Are
Senator,
they,
you're-
the Texas Monthly has reported that once illegal immigrants go on their phone and reserve their time to come to the border, once they use your concierge service that you've created for them, when they come, they are given no interviews. They are asked no questions about any vulnerabilities. They are simply released into the country. Is that happening?
Senator, you are mistaken. And if I may explain,
Are they given interviews?
if I may explain, individuals who seek parole under our January 5th program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and
Seek
Venezuelans
parole.
are screened and vetted before they arrive at our border. That
Wait a
is
minute.
why-
No, they go on they go on the phone and they
I-
just reserve a time and then they show up and they're given nothing. Listen to this. Even immigration advocates are amazed about this. Here, also from the Texas Monthly. Here's one immigration advocate whose first name is Orta. She says, that's the crazy part. Nothing in this new program requires you to actually seek asylum. Somehow, we've decided to punish those who arrive at the border without the app, who may be seeking asylum, but we just let in anybody who may or may not have any particular reason to seek asylum, so long as they've made an appointment on your Ticketmaster app. This seems crazy to me.
That's the
Senator, it's
processing,
a
huh?
complete mischaracterization of the program that we announced and are implementing
So how many people have used the app then?
that you are referring to. So if I can explain.
How many people have used
So-
the app?
So we had a significant surge of Cuban.
And here's the third time he's asking, how many people have used the app? And the secretary should know every answer to this man's question. How many people use the app? If they're setting appointments, they got to be what? Providing their name, callback number, possible location, how many in his party, et cetera, et cetera. Are they coming alone? What is the purpose of them coming into this country? Sort of like a bit of an idea, and he can't tell them the number, which is ill-prepared, to say the least, in my book. He's going to come in front of a Senate Judiciary Committee to report to them his findings as to what's been going on since last year at the southern border. And if you'll allow me to explain, like Dr. Finkel as some shit in a freaking movie, he's not paying attention to the question. He's just rolling over it to answer it with an explanation. It was a yes or no. It was a close-ended question. How do you answer a close-ended question with an explanation?
How many people have used the app?
Nicaraguans and Venezuelans.
Mr. Secretary, you're here to answer my questions. How many people have used the app?
Tens of thousands have sought to make an appointment at the port of entry under our parole program.
Okay, good. How many have been admitted without an interview at the border?
You are, again, inserting a fact that does not belong in your question. So if I can, I will get you.
You are inserting a fact that doesn't belong in your question. Now he's going to tell him how to ask him questions. This guy's a piece of freaking work.
I'm reading to you from public reports about how your own app works. You're just blanket actually, you're not quite denying it. You're saying that maybe we don't understand. Apparently, I don't understand. Texas Monthly doesn't understand. Immigration advocates don't understand. You're the only one who understands, yet you won't answer my question. How much did this cost to develop, by the way?
Great question. How much of the taxpayer dollars did you spend to develop this app so that you can make it available to literally tens and tens and tons of thousands of people, for them to use that app, sign on to that app, make an appointment on that app, and then show up at the border and get through, just from that app alone?
Senator, I don't have the cost, but let me share with you a critical
Well, will you
fact.
get it for us?
Let me share with you a critical
Will you
fact.
get us the cost of to develop this app?
Happily.
Did you contract with a tech firm to develop it?
Senator, we have seen approximately.
Did you contract with a tech firm to develop it?
We have seen an approximately
Oh, for heaven's sake.
95%
Did
decrease.
you contract with a tech firm to develop it? Yes or no?
Senator, this was led by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, our technical experts within the agency, and I certainly will get an answer to your question whether outside consultants.
I will certainly get an answer to your question, meaning that you don't know. You don't have the answer. This guy. Anyway, this is not all.
Were utilized
So you don't
in the
know.
development process.
You don't know.
May I explain to you, since you have a misunderstanding of the program, what it is and the impact, the positive impact it has had on encounters of these four populations in between the
I just
ports of
want to know
entry.
why it is that you are allowing people to come to this border to make appointments, to not be interviewed, and then how many have just been released? Is it true, by the way, as the Texas Monthly reports, that they're simply released into the country on official parole? And get this, they're not given, according to their reporting, any kind of follow-up. Their court dates are in immigration courts, Texas Monthly reports, not even necessarily asylum trials. They're often general deportation hearings where defendants can make arguments for remaining in the country. Is that true?
That is a completely mistaken understanding of how the immigration process works. That language is completely confusing and erroneous.
Well, it is confusing. What's confusing is why anybody would think that an app like this to allow illegal immigrants to literally reserve a time to come to the border and then be ushered in without an interview, without follow-up, without tracking is stunning. It's absolutely stunning. Let me ask you in my very short time remaining something else about Chinese nationals. I've only got a minute left.
That is false.
Let me ask you about the Chinese nationals who we all saw coming over the border, busloads of them, and then being released in the American interior. What's the percentage increase of Chinese nationals who crossed the border this year, Mr. Secretary? Let's just focus on maybe the Rio Grande Valley
The
sector.
number of
I mean, you see the picture in the background. This guy brings receipts. He's got pictures of these people, big pictures of these people, so that this way he knows exactly what the hell he's talking about.
the number of Chinese nationals encountered at our southern border has increased significantly.
Do you know how much?
Over the past, I don't have the precise.
I do. It's 900% just in the Rio Grande Valley sector. Are any of these people who came in this bus, these Chinese nationals, members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, if an individual presents a national security or public safety threat, we detain them during the pendency
But that's not what I asked. I asked if they're members of the CCP.
during the pendency of their removal proceedings.
Are any of these individuals members of the CCP?
So
I think
if
there's about
indeed-
70 who came on this bus.
If indeed they are determined to be a national security threat or a threat to public safety, we detain them pending their removal proceedings.
Were any of these individuals detained, or were they released into the interior of the country?
I don't have awareness of that particular group of individuals.
And so you don't know if any of them were members of the CCP. Well, actually, you do know. You just won't say.
You don't
I
know.
from the
Yeah,
photograph,
well, you just
Senator,
won't
to whom
But
they're
surely you
precisely
know
referring.
about the folks who
Oh,
you've read this report. You're the Secretary of Homeland Security. You're aware of these individuals. Were any of them members of the Chinese Communist Party coming into this country?
Senator, you're providing me with a group of individuals without names, identities, or
So you're not
information.
familiar with this incident that was widely reported on at the southern border? Don't you think it's strange that we have busloads of Chinese nationals coming across our southern border? I'm asking you from a hostile country. I'm asking you if they're members of the Chinese Communist Party, and you don't know. Apparently, you won't say.
We are very focused on all things with respect to the People's Republic of
But you
China.
don't know any of the details. I plead exhaustion, Mr. Secretary. You have exhausted me. You have exhausted this panel. You have exhausted the patience of the American people. You should resign.
Unbelievable. This is who the Secretary, the Department of Homeland Security, is working in our government today. And this has never exactly, Lena, this has never happened in any time of our history. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. I don't know. Yet they're allowing these people to come into the country anyway. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. Well, what's the number? I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. Well, how many of them registered on the app? I don't know. I'll have to get back to you. Which makes me feel and think and believe that they're doing this deliberately on purpose as a new voting bloc for next year's presidential election. Hey, if the 2020 election didn't work out well, and we kind of like did too much on the computers and maybe did too much over balloting and all this other stuff, well, you know, we'll get the physical people to fill those shoes now. Trump tried to build a wall to prevent this from happening, and yet this old man president he's got his eyes squinted at the wrong teleprompter. He's falling down. He's mumbling over his words. He's being cut off by his own staff in Hanoi, Vietnam. They cut him off because he was mumbling some kind of gibberish that made no sense, totally incoherent, and they had to cut him off, literally cut him off. You know, remember the big hook at the Apollo Theater? You know, when your act was going out the window, they'd draw out the big hook and hook it around your body and pull your ass off stage. Yeah, that's what they did to an American president. To an American president. Yes, I believe that. It is intentional. Oh, but it only gets better. It only gets better. It only gets better. I'm going to go one more. Where is it? Oh, I got to go backwards on it. Hold on. Only gets better. I got to grab it for you. See if I can get this set up. Only gets better. Now, guess what, folks? And I'm not a political person. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. None of that. I listen carefully to the issues because I know what the issues are. I myself have my own repertoire of what issues in New York I may have experienced in my life that are very important. And during these times of election, I listen to these individuals to see who's got some damn common sense going in the door. Because I've heard over the last 30 years the same thing: better schools, better jobs, we want more money, better education, better infrastructure, cleaner water, cheaper energy, the same rigmarole every single election cycle. Every single one. The same script. It's a script they practice before they get in front of the TV, in front of the news people. And each one that happens to get voted for and happens to get in there, you know, they I don't know, they disappear into the abyss. You hardly hear about it. And then when they vote for something, it's not something that you were looking for them to vote on. Oh, yeah, well, this definitely gets worse. One of the most important criteria is demographics and logistics when it comes to reporting. Demographics tells you the types of people, kinds of people, income, background, education, age, race, color, creed, all that stuff. Demographics. Logistics tells you the number and the process. Watch this. This is crazy. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican out of Texas, questions the Secretary of Homeland Security, same dude, Alejandro Mayorkas, in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, same day, regarding trying to get better answers rather than the senator that you just got finished, Senator Hawley, right? So he comes in behind him and he says, okay, I'll give it a shot, okay? Now, listen to the very specifics because he goes over demographics and logistics in his questioning. And by golly, he did a great job.
But at this point, recognize Senator Cruz.
PM channel, good evening. Listen to this, folks.
Good morning, Secretary Mayorkas.
Good morning.
Is there a crisis at our southern border?
Senator, there is a very significant...
That's a yes or no question.
There's a very significant...
Is there a crisis?
Senator, there's a very significant challenge.
I think your microphone is not on.
There is a very significant challenge that we are facing.
Yes or no,
at the
is
southern
there a
border.
crisis?
I believe I've addressed that question.
So you're
Senator.
refusing to answer?
Senator, there is a very significant challenge. And
Will
we
you
are
answer if there's a
therefore-
crisis?
Therefore, we are dedicating the resources.
Okay, so you're refusing
that
to answer. Well, Secretary Mayorkas, I'll tell you someone who is willing to answer, which is your and President Biden's chief of the Border Patrol in a sworn deposition in July of 2022 when asked, would you agree, Chief Ortiz, that the southern border is currently in crisis? Answer, yes. Notice none of those wiggle words, none of that equivocation. One word, one syllable, yes. Are you willing to speak with the same clarity as Chief Ortiz? Is there a crisis at our southern border? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm very proud to work alongside.
So you
and
refuse to
support-
answer. Let me ask you the next question. Has the crisis at our southern border made Americans less safe? Yes or no?
Senator, we are dedicated to the safety.
Has
and
the crisis
security
made Americans less
of
safe? I don't want a discourse. It's a yes or no question.
Senator, we have a challenge of
You refuse to
immigration,
answer the question.
Not
Mr. Secretary, let me show you how someone doing his job answers a question in a straightforward manner. Chief Ortiz, is the crisis that is currently ongoing at the southern border making the border less safe for Americans and aliens alike? Answer, yes. One word, one syllable, 3 letters. That's how someone answers a question and does their job. You're being a politician misleading the American people. Let me give you a chance again. Will you show the same integrity Chief Ortiz shows? Is the crisis at the southern border making Americans less safe? Yes or no?
Senator, we have 260,000.
You refuse to
people
answer the
dedicated
question. Let's move on.
And security of the
Next
American
question,
people.
Mr. Mayorkas. Has the crisis made aliens less safe? Yes or no?
Senator, we are seeking.
So you won't answer that question either.
If you,
It's a yes or no. Has it made aliens less safe?
Senator, smugglers are exploiting.
Has the
vulnerable
crisis
migrants.
made aliens, less safe? Are you willing to answer it?
Senator, the smuggling organizations.
Okay, you're
seek to ex-
filibustering again. Let me ask you this question. How many migrants have died under President Biden?
Senator, your phrasing of the question is actually quite misleading.
How many migrants died in 2022?
At our approaching our southern border?
Yes.
Precisely why we are seeking to
So
exclude the
do
smuggling
you know the answer?
organizations.
Do you know how many died?
I do not.
You do not. Of course you don't. I know how many died. 853.
He doesn't.
853. And by the way, here are the numbers that have died every year. You go back to 1998, you see it's consistently between 300 and 400, 300, 400, 300, 400. Suddenly, 2021, what happens? You get in office, and that red line are dead bodies. I've been on the Rio Grande, and I've seen dead bodies floating there who've drowned because of your refusal to do your job. You don't even know how many have died. What do you say to the Texas farmers and ranchers who find pregnant ladies dead on their property, who find toddlers dead on their property? What do you say to them?
I say that is why precisely we are taking it to the smuggling organizations.
But you are not. That is simply not true.
Number two, it is
But
why we are
let me read from the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago ran an article entitled, "It's like a graveyard. Record numbers of migrants are dying at the border." The story begins with this chilling line, quote, Eagle Pass, Texas. Local officials keep a refrigerated truck to hold the bodies of migrants who drown in the currents of the Rio Grande while trying to cross the border into the U.S. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that this article be entered into the record. Let me ask you a different question. How many children have been sexually assaulted by human traffickers under the Biden administration?
Senator, this is precisely why we instituted.
I don't want a lecture. It's a question. How many children have been
going-
sexually assaulted by human traffickers under your administration?
Senator, this is exactly why on January 5th, we announced
Again,
the parole
do you know how
program.
many? Do you know how many children have been sexually assaulted?
This is why we.
Okay, you're going to
instituted-
refuse to answer that question as well. Let's move on. It's obvious you've been instructed to stonewall, so I'm not going to let you. You don't get to stonewall and filibuster. Now, one of my Democratic colleagues before said the Democrat talking point, quote, "This problem didn't start under Biden." Look, I get if you're a partisan spinner, you got to figure out something to say about the absolute catastrophe that has played out under the Biden administration. True or false, Secretary Mayorkas, 2020 was the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. Is that true or false?
It is certainly the lowest level of immigration in many, many years. And what was it
Okay, fine.
in 2020? What was it, Senator, in 2020 that impacted the entire world, including the United States?
Okay, so your
What
testimony
was-
is the reason we had the lowest rate was COVID. It had nothing to do with building the wall, nothing to do with any catch and release, nothing to do with Remain in Mexico. With all respect, Mr. Secretary, that answer is laughable. And in fact, if you look at illegal immigration, let's look at CBP encounters. You can see 500,000, 500,000. It drops to the lowest level and boom, what happens? You show up. And that red line is you. That red line is Joe Biden.
Damn.
And you're claiming nothing happened. Oh gosh, this was here before us. No, you made the decision to allow this to happen. Let me ask you, we now have over 5.5 million people who've entered this country illegally under Joe Biden. How many murderers have you released into America?
Senator, I'm not aware of any murderer whom we've.
So you don't know?
Don't know.
Senator,
You
let me
don't
say
know
something.
nothing.
Do you know?
If you take a look at.
No, you don't get to give a speech. Do you know how many murderers you've released?
I'm just trying to answer your question.
How many rapists
Senator.
have you released?
Senator, I'm trying
Do you
to
know?
answer your question.
You can answer, I know or I don't know.
Senator, any individual who poses a public safety threat.
How many child
is
molesters have you
detained
released?
And removed into the United States, from the United States.
Oh, so your testimony under oath, subject to perjury, is that you have not released any murderers, rapists, or child molesters among the 5.5 million. Is that your testimony?
Mr. Chairman, may I have the opportunity?
No,
to
you may
ask-
not. You may answer my question.
You're not.
Is
allowing-
that your testimony? Yes or no?
Senator? You're not allowing me to answer your.
I am
question.
allowing you to answer. I'm not allowing you to filibuster.
If you take a look at the pace of immigration in 2018 to 2019,
You're refusing to answer. Let's move on. Let's move on to gotaways. Gotaways are the people that get away that you know about. Now, what happened under your administration? Gotaways consistently down at this low line, boom, you get in. And they go from below 180,000 to 600,000. Now, I'll tell you this about a gotaway. You don't know among those 600,000 a year, you have no idea how many are murderers, correct?
That is precisely why the number
Correct?
of gotaways.
Do you know how many of those are murderers?
That is precisely.
So you
why-
refuse to answer the question. You know how many are rapists? Do you know how many are rapists? This is a question. You're a lawyer. You know how to answer questions. Of the 600,000, do you know how many of them were rapists?
Senator, this is why we
So again,
are.
the answer is no. Let me ask you this. Do you know how many of them are terrorists? And I don't want to, Senator, here's my lecture on this. Do you know how many of the 600,000 gotaways were terrorists? Yes or no?
Senator, we are focused on the.
You
safety
refuse
and
to answer
security.
that as well. What's the result of massive gotaways? Well, one of the results is drug overdoses. And we now have last year over 100,000 overdoses
Fentanyl.
who died, the majority from Chinese fentanyl streaming across the border.
Damn.
Now, you told Senator Cornyn you care, but look what has happened under your policy. When you open up the border to the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history, people die. You claim you care. Mr. Secretary, that is a lie. You know, some months ago, Karine Jean-Pierre stood up at a White House briefing and said, people are not just walking across the border. Was she telling the truth?
Senator, you are.
Was she telling the
so
truth?
profoundly disrespecting.
Was she telling
my
the truth?
22 years
Okay,
of
you
government service.
get to answer questions. You don't
Senator-
get to give speeches.
Senator, I served as a federal prosecutor.
All right,
for
you're
12
refusing
years.
to answer. If you look at, she was lying, and she was not lying on her own. She was lying on behalf of the President of the United States. Now, the photograph of people walking. She was lying on behalf of the President of the United States. This is a photograph from just one day along the Rio Grande of hundreds of thousands of people walking across the border. You have allowed this to happen. The photograph that was before, what are these wristbands?
I don't know what they are.
You
Senator.
don't know what they are. Mr. Secretary, you have just testified to the American people you're incompetent at your job, because I've been to the southern border. And if you go to the southern border, along the southern border, you see thousands of these wristbands because the illegal immigrants wear them. The drug cartels, every color corresponds to how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. You have turned these cartels into multi-billion-dollar criminal organizations. And these are modern day leg irons, because these are children being sold into sex slavery, and you don't even know what they are. That is astonishing. Mr. Secretary, how many children have been sold into sex slavery under your administration?
Senator, we are taking it to the cartels.
How many
and the
children have been
smuggling
sold into sex slavery?
in an
Do you know how many children have been
unprecedented-
sold into sex slavery?
to an unprecedented degree?
Mr. Secretary, I want to say to you right now,
It is
your
precisely-
behavior is disgraceful, and the deaths, the children assaulted, the children raped, they are at your feet. And if you had integrity, you would resign. And I will tell you, the men and women of the Border Patrol, they've never had a political leader undermine them. They despise you, Mr. Secretary, because you're willing to let children be raped to follow political orders. This is a crisis. It's a disgrace. And you won't even admit this human tragedy is a crisis.
Claiming 1 minute chairman time, Mr. Secretary, would you like to respond to any of those questions?
What the senator said was revolting. I'm not going to address it.
You didn't address anything.
Your refusal to do your job is revolting.
You didn't address anything. Couldn't even answer the man's questions. But this is who is working in our government, protecting our country. How you doing, Karen? Welcome, welcome. We're just covering just a broad range of information pertaining to this illegal immigration. Like, wow, I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot and we went to a country, no papers, no nothing, a backpack and a cell phone, and tried to get into their country, and their country requirements is to be processed, you know, obviously fill out an application, like a job, fill out an application. If you get food stamps, fill out an application. If you want anything, you have to fill out paperwork. Got to prove who you are. Have some kind of recognition as to who you are. Why are you seeking our services? Why are you coming here? Unbelievable. But here, this is what they're dealing with. And this man whose job it is to protect our country, this is a public health, huge public health violation. No one's being checked out medically. We don't know who's coming over here. We don't know who's coming over here that could possibly be a host of some sort who could possibly spread a disease. I mean, it was a huge thing when HIV broke out. Huge thing when syphilis and gonorrhea, all these STD diseases broke out at one time. They made a big issue out of it. Now, obviously, they tweaked up the what? The healthcare system on that. These people are just coming in, being bussed in, folks. Just like I showed you in the news articles, they're being bussed in. They're getting whatever kind of information that they can get from them, whatever the hell that is, and they're being dropped off. They're just being released into the streets. Now, Texas has come up with at least some kind of a solution because they're the ones who've been infiltrated by this barrage of folks coming over the border first. All right, let me show you something here. Let me come out of here. To give you an idea of where this infiltration is today. You know what I got to do to get there? I got to take you somewhere. I got to take you somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. What do Republicans have to do with it? Yeah, I mean, something's got to be done. It's just not being done. And the saddest thing about that is that by it being allowed to be done on one side, nothing is being done on the other. Sitting down and having these discussions with these people that don't have any answers is not helping the process at all. This guy's job is to report to the committee in which he gets his funds from, where the Appropriations Committee is responsible for allocating the funds to each and every one of the departments in our government. They're working on the new, the new spending bill for next year now. It happens to have a deadline of September 30th at the end of the month. Or else if they don't have that bill in order and signed off properly, guess what? Government shuts down. Government shutdown. We heard that last year around June. Government shutdown, government shutdown. Not enough money, but they were able to put it together. A whopping, I forget what the hell it was, $2 trillion? Trillion. I remember when they used to say 100 million, 500 million. That was a lot of money. And before Bush Jr. left office, he started, using the B word, the billions, because that's how much he needed to bail out the banks. Obama came in right behind him, another 780 billion for the insurance companies, cover the collateral. Billion. 12 years for him. Let's see, 12 years for Junior, 12 years for Obama. Hillary never got in, thank God. Anyway, let's go here. All right, let's go to work. So our problem starts here. This is where it seems like everything is stemming from. Good old Mexico. We also hear that there are people coming from another place called Guatemala. Another place, Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica. And they're working their way up through the border into San Antonio, Texas. Karen, I'll get to your question when I get back. When I get back in the house. San Antonio, Texas. This was the bullseye they started working towards. Got infiltrated. The governor of Texas was put on alert. He started making phone calls. Said, well, look, we got a problem down here. The people are getting in through the border and everything, and they're infiltrating our space. New Mexico. Another region they're starting to get into. Tucson, Arizona, just today, 6,000. Busloads being well over 3,000 just been dropped off in the street. Now, I don't know if San Antonio is worse than El Paso, but it's just where they're going. It's just where they're going. San Diego is another location. Just above Baja, California. And California has just been like, forget about it. That's a failed state, in my opinion. The governor there, what's his name? Newsom. It reminds me of American Psycho, that movie. He just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. From California, now we get to the east. I was sharing with Boss Blake, news article. We watched a video together that the people of Massachusetts is being inundated. Beginning. But they're trying to get ahead of it. Holding up signs and protesting about the busloads being shipped all the way up to Massachusetts. Obviously, we have New York City, well over 100,000 and growing. The governor's been put on alert. She's looking for federal funds. These people are not equipped to handle this problem. If you're not equipped to handle the problem, what should you do? What should you do? Hey, this is a problem. We haven't thought this thing through yet. What do you think basic common sense should tell you to do? Stop. Stop. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's back up. Let's back up. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got too much coming in. You stop. You put a halt on everything. You put in your mechanisms that aren't there, that should be there, put them in place, and then accommodate. They're giving you the appearance that they're accommodating these people that are looking for asylum. Asylum? They don't want to be in their country anymore. That's like what what's his name, Snowden did. You know, regarding the WikiLeaks information. Was it Snowden or Assange? Either one of those two. Yeah, you can't go back to your country because you're seeking asylum, protection from extradition back to your country because they're going to hold you criminally for something that you feel you didn't do. New York is being inundated. You stop. Hey, we can't handle this. All right, let's stop the bus loads and figure out what we need to do. But these are the ones who said, "Oh yeah, they can come to New York. We can create a sanctuary city." Oh, like California? But look at California today. Look at California. High taxes. People are leaving California because of the devastating taxes and the decimation of their economy. Crazy. From New York, they went to Chicago. Chicago is now complaining. You can go to YouTube and just type it in, Chicago immigration or Chicago migration. They're complaining the same thing over and over and over and over. Colorado is another place that they're migrating to. People are migrating, all stemming from another area that we're not told about, but this goes deep into South America now. Our good old friends that have been around for a long time. You know what that is? Colombia. Colombia even goes deeper. Goes deeper because down in South America is Venezuela. And of course, last but not least, the deeper part of South America, Brazil. Huge. Look how big Brazil is. And they're migrating. Once I pull this map up, just look at the track. Migrating from one location through the coast, Venezuela, Colombia, through the Panama Canal, through Panama, through Costa Rica. They're coming up from Nicaragua, going through Guatemala, into Mexico, Mexico City, into Mexico, all the way up to the border. These people have gone literally thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to get to the border. Title 42, Trump had put in place. And what is Title 42? Title 42 is very interesting. And Trump put that in place as a safety measure, which is an expulsion title. And it's to expel, deport. That's its mechanism. Title 42 expulsions were removals by the U.S. Government of people who had recently been in a country where a communicable disease was present. The extent of authority for contagion-related expulsions is set out by law. During the COVID, the pandemic, the Trump administration used this provision, Section 265, to generally block land entry for many migrants. This practice was continued by the current administration with expansion. Includes numerous sections dealing with public health, social welfare, and civil rights. But in the context of the immigration, the phrase Title 42 came to be used to refer specifically to expulsions under Section 265. So this was a protective mechanism that was put in place, carried over into the current administration, and now they let Title 42 expire. Hence, we have an influx. And that expired, I think, May 11th of this year. March 11th or May 11th, one of the two. So when they found out, oh, the restrictions are going to be lifted in the United States, maybe we should take a chance and march on. And that's exactly what's been happening ever since. That's where they're coming in droves. That's why they're coming in droves. Colonization. It's crazy. But I believe, yeah, I mean, you know, if you can't handle the numbers and you can't process, you can't do your job properly, guess what you're going to do? You're going to mess it up. And people without being checked out, background checks, I mean, gee whiz, you can't work anywhere without a background check. What they going to check? Oh, we're going to give you a work permit and you're going to work here temporarily until your application can be processed fully. What background check can the people, the employers out there give them? What kind of background check? Tell me. I used to work in a milk factory. I picked blah blah from the, and I'm not being too critical about it. This is a humanitarian crisis in and of itself. Yes, absolutely. But there's a much better way to handle it than the way it's being handled right now. You know, and I hold no prejudice against the people that are coming through the border. And we're not only Mexicans, we've got people coming from all over the place. All over the place, as you've heard in tonight's live through the news broadcasts. We currently need housing for the people that were already here before all this stuff happened. Homeless in California, homeless in New York, homeless in Florida, homeless in Texas. Every state has got a corner in and of itself pertaining to that issue, that problem. Drug-related issues, trafficking issues. Got all this nonsense going on, and yet here's another one. Unbelievable. But what I'm for anyone that wants to come up and share your thoughts about tonight's live, please do. Please do. You know I enjoy your company. But it just blew me away. And the more, you know, I look at it, the worse it gets. Because it puts a strain on our current economic standing in our own states. Now, I'm in upstate New York. And I've been hearing that there has been, you know, some folks dwindling not too far into Syracuse, already creeping into parts of Pennsylvania because the city can't handle them. New Jersey as well. New Jersey as well. What else did I have to show you? There was one more clip of the Texas governor, the one who also had to deal with the Uvalde situation pertaining to the school shooting down there, who happened to, said, to hell with this. If the government is not going to do something about it, then we're going to do something about it. That's what he had to say.
Right behind me was a location where migrants repeatedly tried to enter the United States illegally. And there was only one thing that caused them to not enter illegally. And that's because of the Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, building the barriers that were needed to prevent people from entering, and then having the personnel behind those barriers to ensure that no one would enter. As far as I know, it's the first time in American history that a state has led the effort to prevent people from entering the United States illegally. Let's be clear. That's the job and the responsibility of Joe Biden and the federal government. There's only one reason why people were trying to enter illegally in the first place, and that's because they perceived the permission by the Biden administration to enter. I wanted to be here and thank these soldiers and troopers and other personnel. Texas was able to secure the border and prevent people from entering illegally only because of their unprecedented effort in a challenging terrain and sweltering conditions, and they were up to the task. And similarly, their fellow soldiers up and down the entire border from here all the way to El Paso are working in the same way. And I have the same gratitude for all National Guard from here to El Paso and DPS troopers from here to El Paso for working around the clock to make sure that we build the barriers that are needed and we deploy the personnel that are needed to make sure that we secure the border. Now, never forget this. It was just 3 years ago in these exact same areas where we had the lowest number of illegal border crossings in about 40 years. And the reason it was that way is because we had an administration that imposed the Title 42 policy, the Remain in Mexico policy, the ending of catch and release, and the building of a border wall. When Joe Biden came in, he eliminated all of those measures, and that led to the unprecedented illegal border crossings. Texas has had to respond to the Biden administration's refusal to enforce the immigration laws. We've deployed more National Guard, thousands of National Guard than ever before in the history of the state, more than 1,000 Texas Department of Public Safety troopers. They have turned back tens of thousands of people who are trying to cross the border illegally. Together, just Texas law enforcement alone have seized enough deadly fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire United States of America, and to relieve congestion and crowded conditions in communities ranging from Brownsville to Eagle Pass to Del Rio, all the way to El Paso. We are busing people who the Biden administration has allowed into those communities to sanctuary cities across the United States. And in addition to this concertina wire border wall that you see, Texas is also the only state in the history of America to build our own border wall, an effort that we will continue. One thing that we've seen, and that is, it's not just Texas that's a border state. Because of what the Biden administration has done, every state in America is a border state. Joe Biden allows these people to cross the border illegally, and then they are transported by the Biden administration to other cities and states across the country. Governors of those other states recognize that they are not going to be able to deal with the chaos caused by Joe Biden in their own states. And that's one reason why I made the request for other states to join in this effort. Other states who witnessed what Texas was doing to repel people from entering illegally decided they want to be a part of this process also. We already have commitments from the states of Florida and Idaho to provide either National Guard or law enforcement officers to assist in this effort. Other states also are reaching out to connect with us to find ways in which they can also provide assistance. In addition to all of that, I'm working on new laws as we come to a close of this legislative session that will provide us even more tools. One is we are seeking to make it a felony for anybody to cross into the state of Texas illegally. So in addition to what we currently have in place, we would also be able to begin arresting people for crossing into our state illegally and put them behind bars for a very long time. We also want to make it a felony for anybody operating a stash house. When people come across the border between ports of entry, typically one of the first places they go to is to a stash house. And we want to be more effective in shutting those down. And then
That's crazy. That is crazy. Governor Abbott, same governor who had to deal with the Uvalde school Texas shooting, was involved in that event. This was the first piece of news that I've heard where a governor has taken the helm to go out of his way to protect his state from the infiltration of illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants coming over just in droves, whether they get there by water or whether they get there by foot, by bus, however they're getting there, to kind of shut the faucets off so that they can get some control over it. Not that they're not following a guide for humanitarian relief for these people, not at all. But in order to get relief, you've got to give the reliever of that time and that privilege and that essence, the time to get resources together. Where am I going to put you? How am I going to take care of you? How am I going to feed you? My refrigerator's empty, or half full, whatever like that. Got to give us some time to give that relief, being that you just showed up out of nowhere. RJ, how you doing?
I'm doing good, John. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I came across this and I said, something, I was debating about putting it out there because, like I said, I don't really cover the political aspects of certain things. Not like this, but this was more entirely different.
And yet we've spoken about this before.
Yeah. And
if you remember back, it's been a minute. I mean, a good minute. The last time we actually spoke about this, at least I believe it was to you, that I said, why don't they go back to not so much the time of having oh my goodness, it's not border cities, but the way that I can't remember the island name. Now that I want to say it, I can't remember it. The island that immigrants used to come in on, they were screened.
Ellis Island?
There you
Ellis?
go. Why don't they create a city, a town or a city or whatever the case may be, where that people that wanted to come to this country had opportunity to have, I don't know, let's say 180 days to be able to pass the citizens naturalization test, to be able to prove that they are going to be prosperous and not a issue or dependent on social services that we do have, and things along those means, where if you do that, you're naturally weaning out persons that actually want to be here in the United States and be an asset to the United States, not a burden to the United States. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we need Ellis Island like as it was, because there were so many diseases and things like that. We needed to wean them out that way.
Yeah.
But it's the same principle, but a different model.
Right. But you see that the difference in that time from the folks that came to Ellis Island was that they weren't coming in droves like these folks here. They're coming in 7 different points along the border.
Right.
Whereas Ellis Island, you had to go to, you had to actually take a ferry over to the island. You were escorted to the island in order to be processed, and you were looked at by doctors. You had an application process and all that other stuff, and then they gave you a temporary visitors pass or something like that until all of your information checked out. You didn't have a disease. You didn't need to go to the hospital or anything else like that. You weren't a drug smuggler or anything else like that.
Right.
This is an entirely different process.
And Bossman, no, I agree. It's a different process, but it's still a similar model in which you're giving a person time to prove that they're going to be prosperous and contribute to the prosperity of the United States, not be a burden on the United States. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that is exactly what you're having. You're having hundreds of thousands of people coming across the borders, legally or illegally, and they're being put in major cities, but that's become being a burden on those cities, where they don't have jobs, they don't have communication skills, they don't have a housing for them.
And you have to remember too, winter is coming.
Right.
So the temporary outdoor tent situations and these outdoor situations where they have them behind gates and then in and out of tents and stuff like that. Where are you going to put them when it gets cold?
Exactly.
What if they can't find employment?
That's what I'm saying.
You see?
That's what I'm saying. It's a similar idea, but a different model. You're not just freely letting these people into the United States to disperse amongst themselves and have no way of providing for themselves. Where you're doing the opposite in that situation. You're making sure they have the skills that is needed, or they're willing to pick up a trade in the United States that is
that's going to take time.
Right. Unfortunately, it is.
Yeah.
But Bossman was saying, who's going to pay for this? Yes, it's a burden on taxpayers that have to pay for this, but in the long term,
just in time for the for the new for the thing that the House has got to pass.
Yeah, in the long term,
fiscal 2024's spending bill.
Right.
They're going to be asking for extra money.
Right. Exactly.
That's why I said this was perfectly timed for some reason.
But what I'm saying though is, in the long term, yes, it's going to cost some money up front. But in the long term, to help, Ted Cruz was making a case of the people the getaways. I believe he used the phrase the getaways.
Yeah, the getaways. Well over 600,000.
You're preventing those persons that fit that category of getaways that are going to go ahead and do illegal things. I mean, let's look at what happened in Pennsylvania just last week with that chase that went on for 14 days.
Yeah, just one guy.
For one guy.
One guy.
I personally
escaped from prison.
Oh yeah.
And it took them 14 days. FBI, U.S. Marshals, the
ATF.
DEA. I mean, Jesus Christ, they had everybody out there, state troopers, county officials.
It was the ATF that finally caught him.
My goodness. One guy, 14 days, all the resources just for that one person.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
Who did something to someone in Brazil, happened to have killed them, came over here, stood with someone. He was with the person that, he unalived.
It was his girlfriend. His girlfriend.
Yeah. He unalived her, ended up in prison and whatnot. And look, just one person.
By locating them in one city.
All that money that they had to spend in Pennsylvania looking for this dude for 14 days. Now you've got this influx, and he's not the best model that, I'm going to pick, but just say, what are these people running for? They're looking for 5,600 to come to New York City that was looking for asylum now.
And
Meaning
some
they
of them-
don't ever want to go back to their country.
And some of them don't even really fit the definition of asylum. They're
Right.
just saying an asylum.
Yeah, right. They're following it. They're mimiking each other. Yes, yes. So you coming to this country for asylum? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, whatever. Okay, step this way.
Right.
You don't know if you've got, and Ted Cruz really ran down the line. They ran down the gamut. Drug dealers, terrorists, child smugglers. I mean, you name it.
You build a
These people are
town.
running from the cartels, because they owe money to the cartels. Cartels, those people don't play. They take you out.
Mhm. You build a town. You have private companies that invest in the town. And this is something that Trump, and I'm not defending Trump, I'm not defending any politician. I'm saying this is what Trump was really good at. He got private investors to invest into what he was doing. Same person, same type of personality can get private investors to invest in exactly what I'm saying or something similar to what I'm saying. And it solves, I'm going to say, 90% of the problem.
You think Sleepy Joe is going to do that?
No. Vivek, I can see Vivek doing that. I can see Trump doing that. And that's just about it.
Yeah, Vivek, now he's a guy that's got some ideas. He comes out of the private sector.
Mhm.
To sit down and to listen to what he's been observing, what he's been watching over the years.
And how similar is it to what Trump says? Ironic.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big wake-up call. It's a huge wake-up call. We got a lot of situations going on simultaneously. You don't know which one to watch now.
Mhm.
Is it an isolated incident like the Summer Wells case? Is it a guy breaking out of prison to have him take you on an excursion for 14 days before you catch him? State law enforcement officials trying to chase down one man for 14 days.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You got our country giving away billions and billions of dollars to another country to protect themselves against a country that we don't like.
You were
The
saying
enemy
earlier.
of my enemy is my friend.
I was just about to say that.
Okay? I mean, come on. You got proxy wars going on. Like I said, proxy wars are a little small, indirect wars not involving us, but, we're doing something. Here we're funding it. We should have no business in those people's business. If Putin wants to have us sit down with Zelensky, which earlier this year in February they were going to, but Zelensky was somehow influenced not to, which took them into this conflict. So, well, who told them not to? You think we did? Because it was more beneficial for the people who invested in gathering up all that money to give to him so that he can have armaments to protect himself and keep the Ukraine intact. But meanwhile, you've got what is his name? Lieutenant Colonel McGregor, that's on YouTube, telling us that they're not winning. Those folks over there are not winning.
Right.
They're not winning. So what are we spending all this fucking money for? They're not winning. Go back to the table. This has got to stop. Go to the table that you were supposed to go to in February and work it out.
Right.
Work out your damn problems. Now, he was at the UN today, along with Sleepy Joe, trying to influence the UN to chip in and try to help because they need money. They think they can win. But we'll win with what? You got all this equipment, but no manpower to use the equipment. So how are you going to win?
Furious Georgia raises an interesting point. VP Pence says that there's no way American soldiers will not be in Ukraine eventually. No way.
No, they shouldn't be at all. At all. They did the same damn thing in Vietnam.
They shouldn't, but they're going to be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They did the same damn thing in Vietnam. What did Kennedy try to do? Stop that war. What did they do to him? Take him out. They needed that war. They got paid from that war.
What was the guy from Russia that was just assassinated within the past few weeks? His plane was shot down.
Oh, the Wagner guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The CIA should have got a hold of him, worked with him, gotten Putin out of there, and ended it from the inside. My opinion.
Yeah, they would have had a chance. I believe they would have had a chance if they would have sat down the first damn time. Putin wanted to talk. Putin does not want to engage with NATO. He doesn't. He does not want to.
3/4 of Russia's army is tied up with battling Ukraine. 3/4 of Russia's army.
Yeah, he's got an army already tied in that's doing the job. Mm-hmm. It's keeping it contained and spreading, but doing the job. You got over 700,000 in waiting. 300,000 already trained. So he's waiting for U.S. to make a move, if they make a move, but he doesn't want to engage with NATO. It's going to be a mess. It destabilizes that whole region. Syria's still in shit. Lebanon's in shit. Libya's in shit.
Well, that's the thing. If NATO or
Iraq
the UN,
is still in shit. Afghanistan is still in shit. Those countries over there are still unstabilized due to the fact that U.S. interest was over there. Every time we go someplace, it's never the same.
That's the thing, though.
It's never the same.
If NATO or the UN steps in, it's the United States.
Exactly. It is the United States.
The UN and NATO only has power because the United States is behind them.
Looking to the right, we look to the east, and we got the Ukraine. We look to the left, now we got to deal with China over Taiwan. But if you take a look at the military border that they have around China on the other islands, all U.S. interest, all military bases surrounding China, and then little Taiwan sitting right there that used to be China's, used to be connected with China before they tried to claim their independence, just like Ukraine, and now they're asking for Japan is asking for armaments. So, well, what the hell? What is this, welfare?
Oh, it's
you people don't have the technology to build your own shit.
The only reason the China hasn't already done what their plans have been and publicly put about taking over some other country in Asia, I can't remember the country's name off the top of my head, is because the United States has said, you're going to have to go over us. You're going to have to go through us first. And they're not willing to do so.
Right. And you see what Putin's doing, right? Right in front of our face.
Oh, yeah.
He went over, what's his name? He had a meeting with the president of China. Whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute now. He had another meeting with the dude that we don't like, Kim Jong-un of North Korea. The guy that loves testing his ballistic missiles over the waters and whatnot.
And claims he hit the United States.
And yeah, so you think of it, 1, 2, 3 of them over there. We don't, the United States has never got along with. Now we got to really pay attention.
Oh yeah.
Putin's talking to him. Say, look, these people think they own the planet. They want to change. They want regime change for us. They want to take us out and put the puppets in. That's what they try to do in Iraq.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's using words like they're going to put their Democrat puppets in. And
That's who Zelensky is.
Mhm.
They took out the old president and put him in there.
And there's the former government of Germany word that's gray area to what you can and cannot say in the world.
Oh man, the Nord Stream pipeline, was messed with, and it was blamed on somebody. That provided fuel, that provided all the resources to Germany. Now, what do they have to do? They have to fork over and come to us for petrol that we get from the Saudis.
Lena, they never stopped grouping up on us. It never stopped. It goes back to World War II and how Russia, their secret military, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's getting late for me. Their group of people actually had a theory, and this is, depending on who you speak to, this can come across as being conspiracy theory, or when I personally believe it's the truth. That the Russian government had actually planned that everything that Putin is doing was part of the plan. That goes back to when he was part of the secrets police, and that they wanted to infiltrate the United States, specifically the government, because they realized that attacking the military was not going to weaken the United States. It was you had to do so from inside the United States.
Right.
And that's exactly what is happening. If you really boil it down to nuts and bolts, if you forgive my analogy, but that's what it's boiling down to, that is what is going on. They've infiltrated the United States. They're working from within the United States to corrupt and destroy the United States, and thinking that they're going to be able to target and exploit things from that aspect.
Yeah, what's to say that's not happening right now with all this illegal migration going on?
John, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, we could have sleeper cells walking right into us, to get to certain areas. And hey, when the time is right, hey, let's push a button.
What was it? About 5 years ago, a senator's wife was arrested because they found out she was actually a spy for Russia. Yeah. It legitimately is happening. I might be off on the how much time ago it was, but it is legitimately happening. Yeah. And they're waiting for their moment. They never stopped. Them trying to put the former USSR back together. That's what the land grab is all about in Western Asia and Eastern Europe.
Right.
That's what it's about. They're trying to put Russia, the former USSR, back together.
And China is trying to do the same with Taiwan.
Right, exactly. That's the country I can't remember. But that's exactly what is going on. Don't kid yourselves by reading the news, paying attention to the news, that this is all brand new ideas. These are not brand new ideas.
Oh, no. Far from it. Far from it. This has been going on for decades. You know, when they tried to do the same thing, you think about it. They tried to do the same thing back in the 60s, you know, with Kennedy by putting missiles in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? When
That
Kennedy
was-
found
it
out,
was-
when Kennedy found out that the Russians were shipping missiles over to Cuba, oh, did that get his attention? You damn well it did.
That was a move of how far can we push the United States till they
And
react.
the same thing. I think that the United States is playing the same game with Ukraine. How far can we get NATO? How far can we push NATO? How much can we expand NATO? And NATO is nothing but the North Alliance Treaty Organization. It's just a military group of all these different countries collaborating together to police the whole world. One world army, if you will. Trying to get the CBDCs together. One world currency.
NATO is exactly, you're saying it very, 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 very close. It's a trade organization.
Yeah.
And the treaty that they agreed to form NATO was that if one country gets attacked, they all are attacked.
Yeah, like family. You know, my brother-in-law, this is my sister-in-law, this is cousin,
My cousin
uncle,
Vinny.
niece, nephew, you know, just members of the family. And when you attack one of us, you attack all of us.
Yep.
Type shit. You know? So, and that's what they're trying to expand. They're trying to expand the family. Why? Because of globalism, this new religion that they came up with.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like we need to be in everybody's goddamn business. And we don't. We don't need to be in anybody's business but our own. Take care of our family here in the United States, which has been hurting for the last 25, 30 years.
Another piece of documentation that you need to pay attention to, and I have to be very careful about how I say this. It has everything to do with how
Hey,
what
you better,
happened.
you better say it now. You might not be able to say it later.
It has everything to do with what happened in 2021. That's how I'm going to say it. So I'll remember without anybody saying what it was, 2021. It was a test for Agenda 21, UN Agenda 21. Again, how far can we push people into an Overton window, Overton? You'll want to look that up. I'm not going to go into the explanation of what an Overton window is.
Overton, right. I heard that.
We've talked about that before as well.
Right. Which is also connected to the document. What is it? The one that was conjured up in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
Something for a New American Century or something like that. The document that was written up, which is attached to Agenda 21. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now it's Agenda 2030.
UN Agenda 21 has everything to do with a reorganization of globalism and how things are going to become where they're equally spread across every nation that is stable.
Yeah, giant welfare system. Giant welfare system. Government takes care of people.
This goes beyond just a giant welfare system. This goes into agriculture.
Yeah.
Manufacturing.
Yep.
It covers every single aspect.
That what you have, I want. That what I have, you want. Let's share. Let's trade. Let's do business together. We can make a lot of money.
There's a good way of doing it, and there's a bad way of doing it.
A bad way of doing it, and right now we're witnessing a bad way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what we're doing with Ukraine. It's a bad way of doing it.
You keep bringing up Ukraine, and I'm not trying to dispute that what's going on in Ukraine is horrible. but it's a Wizard of Oz moment. I was saying this earlier with what you were talking about the people crossing over the border, but it's the same thing. It's a Wizard of Oz moment.
Well, sure as hell is not the yellow brick road they're following.
The Wizard of Oz moment is at the end where it gets exposed to who the man behind the curtain is. It's not the great and magical Oz. He's just a man.
Yeah.
And it's the moment where Toto pulls open the curtain and he's sitting there screaming, "Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. I am the great and powerful Oz. Listen to me, but don't mind the person behind the curtain because I'm a flawed man."
Wizard of Oz moment, huh?
It's a Wizard of Oz moment.
And that all these corporations, I think, what's his name? The former President Eisenhower, talked about the threat of the military-industrial complex.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. This is what we're talking about. NATO has come out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That is the military-industrial complex that he was talking about. And when you have folks behind the scenes writing up all kinds of scripts for these people to follow, you don't have to look any further than the Pentagon. Because they're involved deeply in it.
Yes.
The news that we have on the mainstream line, the mainstream news media, that's been bought and paid for. So all we're doing is just listening to people reading a bunch of scripts of propaganda or information that they want to release, make us rely on and believe in. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
Behind the curtain, that's not pulled open yet, are people at work, people in the shadows, people in the dark, doing things that we can't see, doing things that we don't know, till they show up finally with a narrative called the script that they want us to believe.
Lena,
it's sad. It's really sad to see the human condition this way. After all we've been through, was it 250 years?
Yep. Well, almost 250
years regarding this country, and then the history that we learn about how Rome was such a great state of affairs, so to speak. And it fell. Greece fell.
Yep.
All those great empires, if you will, of the past. They had their growth moments. They had their prosperity moments. They had their, expansion moments. They got too greedy.
Their downfall usually occurs if you look at what history teaches you, their downfall starts to occur about 200 years after their society had begun.
Right.
Their downfall starts to, but when it goes downhill, it declines rapidly.
Yeah, it falls like a rock, and the first thing that gets hit is always the money.
Mm-hmm.
The money gets hit first, and then everything else follows. Everything else follows, one after the other. And we haven't learned our lessons. These same people, keep conjuring up new ways. Well, we could do it better than them, and we can avoid this. No, you're going in the wrong direction still.
I'll put it this way.
If it's only for a few and not for the many, you're going in the wrong direction.
I'll put it this way. We didn't have a generation that we called the greatest generation for a reason. That generation, that time frame was probably if you look and boil it really down to what it is it probably is the most prosperous, most hardworking, and most dedicated era of the United States. We're still we're at that point where we've pushed it to a limit of almost 250 years.
Yeah.
And we're starting to go downhill. But we have an opportunity still to put a stop to it. and
And
reverse the course and correct the course.
Yes, yes, I believe that. I believe
But-
that we can.
but
We just got enough. We just got to get enough other people to open up their mouth, start pushing back. The answer is no. The answer is no. We don't want that. No, 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 no.
For as
That's
much
not
as
what, that's not what we put you in office to do.
but as far as much as the 40% of people that are waking up and saying no, 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 stop it, we're pushing against 60% that are pushing us over the cliff. We're slowing the progress down, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to stop it.
No, maybe not all of it. Maybe not all of it, but a portion of it. You know, you know, you got all these people who said, stop with the woke shit. Everybody's been looking at this with both eyes. It's not about being woke. It's about speaking up. It's about saying something, not just sitting there tolerating it. Oh, it'll get better. Oh, we'll pray and all. No, requires action. Action was taken to cause it. Action has to be taken to stop it. You can't do one without the other. You cannot do one without the other. We have to make better choices. And when we listen to these people talk about all the things that they want to do when they get into office, because that's a mechanism in which things happen. And then they get in there and do the opposite because they've been bought and paid for.
Right.
Or they got some secret that's being held over their head. And if you don't, we'll let your ass out.
Like marching a man up behind a
shit.
microphone that obviously has had a stroke.
Yeah, like the guy in who's a senator out of Kentucky. Oh man, the guy who froze.
That's the same guy. He had a stroke.
Yeah. When you're too old, you're too old. These people live and die. They go into office and don't know how to come out. There needs to be term limits to stop all this, living all the way up until you drop dead in office.
I don't have a problem with somebody that has done a good job continuing to run for an office, a senator or a House of Congress or whatever the case may be. State government applies as well. I believe that there needs to be a cognitive test.
Well, yeah, but
are you cognitively competent test?
Yeah, well, they say to us citizens, to society, you can retire at 65. We're going to set the retirement age to 65 or 67 or whatever. Okay.
Reality is nobody can.
Yeah, therefore you can collect the benefits of Social Security, whatever, like that, and yada yada yada. You can live your lean years, and your prosperity, and give another person a chance to be of public service, not hog up until you shrivel up and freeze,
Right.
What's the name? Feinstein did the same damn thing. Feinstein's another one.
Right.
You got these
Mitch
people
McConnell
responsible for making decisions regarding our country and our way of life and our well-being. That's not doing their job. They're being aided. That's like having a proxy, if you will.
Yeah.
Having someone to aid you to do your job.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You have there. I don't have a problem because let's take a look at just the presidency.
Yeah,
right
age
now.
limit and term limits. That's right. Age limits and term limits. I've always said term limits.
Well, let's just look at the presidency right now. Biden is what, 70 or 80 years old?
81.
81. And you have Trump, who is 77.
Right.
Okay. So if you elect Trump at age 77, who is by far, and again, not pushing a political agenda, but by what he says and how he carries himself, and my goodness, the man still looks like he's in his 60s.
He's got better faculty than Sleepy Joe.
That there you go. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Trump wasn't a 47-year. Trump wasn't in politics for 47 years like Sleepy Joe was.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, though. If you let's make it be that not so much that there's a term limit or an age limit. Let's make it be where there's a cognitive test that you have to be able to pass to be able to run for an office position.
Yeah. How many fingers do I have up? Right.
It's just a basic cognitive test. Are you of your own faculty? Are you of your own volition? Are you of your own mental state that you don't need somebody to interpret the word "the" and what it means for you?
Yeah. 1 + 1 take away 1 equals what?
Right. Exactly.
Oh, God. We're talking about the law, one of the most complicated terms of whatever English and Latin, the combination of the two, to try to understand. The law is, you could read the law as one thing. It has to be interpreted like a language, in which it is. If you can't do that, you don't belong there, because these are law makers. You know, Biden is a lawyer.
Yeah.
The majority of them are lawyers. A lot of them are lawyers. They come from the law. That's how they get in there. And
They
then
understand
some,
this
and then there are
legalese
some
and-
that are not. Then there are some that are not. They just have their common sense about them that can, read a document and have someone to interpret that law correctly to where they can understand it. It's
right.
called doing your job. It's
Right.
just called doing your job.
I was just about to make that point, and maybe a little bit differently, but you have these people that get in there, and if you look at the way the laws were written when this country was founded, it was designed and meant for the average person to be able to understand, not this legalism or however you want to put it, that all of a sudden you need another body of government. Let's be honest. They're trying to turn Supreme Court into something that it's not.
Right.
But having to define and redefine what these laws are saying.
Yeah. And they're keeping us stupid because they're not explaining it right. They have their own interpretation as to how they connect with the public versus how they connect with the interpretation of the law. It was supposed to, it was designed for carryover so that it could continue properly in order for this country to remain a country united the way what was it, 13 colonies and then 50 states. So it could continue. So basically wrote it, but
Miss Justice, thank you. You are correct. It's legalese. I was thinking about something else when I said legalism, but the correct word is legalese. Thank you.
They changed the whole entire educational system. They're getting ready to change their money. You heard about that, right?
Oh, yeah. They've been working on this for a long time.
They're getting ready to change our money. They're getting ready to pull the cash out. We've been using debit cards and credit cards, and they just been training us over the last 15, 20 years, just doing our banking and doing our buying and doing our selling that way. And now they're going to take the cash out.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a fiat currency. It's not backed by anything. Nixon, when he took the gold standards off of it in 72, it was like, okay, how's this work now?
Oh, yeah. Where I live is an example.
That needed an explanation. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll stand behind it. They put "In God We Trust" on there.
Where I live is an example of that. Where I live is an example of that. You cannot write a check, have a money order, or pay in cash any longer. It has to be done through an app that charges you an additional $5 a month on top of what your rent term is. To process a credit card or debit card payment.
Yeah. And it's taking effect. taking effect. And I don't know, they're test piling it now. I just downloaded the government document pertaining to the methods of payment methods and analysis that was supposed to be broken down by 17 independent banks for trial. And obviously Wells Fargo was a big one. JP Morgan was a big one that's been out there test piloting with the commercial, not only with the commercial lenders, but the commercial businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's already in play. So when the report came back, I read the damn thing. They still have oh my God, they have a lot of work to do on the downside.
Why do you think they've been redefining and readjusting and or making the credit system change for the past, I believe, 8 years? Why do you think they may change how credit is comprehended or applied to anything you do? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
They've been making changes to the banking system for about the past decade, slowly, so people don't notice.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, they're talking about digital IDs, where that's incorporated into one identification card consisting of all of your information: driver's license, medical records, everything.
You want to screw over the government? You want to screw if you want to screw over the government and the control that they're going to try to imply. Go out and find a 1980s, early 80s model vehicle. Fix it. Make sure you have an original stock type engine or original engine that will go for that vehicle.
Leonetta, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're just sitting up here. We just covered some information. Our country is changing, and it's rapidly changing. And you can see the huge pieces that are in our face that's saying, yes, something damn sure is going on, because we've never seen it like this before.
Humongous.
You know, banks are failing. You know, banks starting to fail. Oh, what's that about? You know, you've got identity theft on the rise. You've got countries that are having disputes with each other, getting ready to, get into some real shit happening at the same time. You got a sleepy president that's fallen down and can't talk. 2020 is questionable as to how they got there. Big time. Big time. Because all this shit just, like the door just got open right after that. To this whole thing, you've got undocumented people flooding into the country all of a sudden. So all this is done by design. It's the timing to it. You know, the currency switchover is coming. I think they're setting up a start date, possibly a start date. I haven't confirmed it yet, but it looks like, January 19th might be a start date.
Oh, it's going to be before then.
Get it out to start to get it out to the public.
It's going to be before then. Go and take a look at CDC reports and look into what the CDC is afraid of coming up this winter.
This is coming from the Federal Reserve?
CDC.
Oh, CDC. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Get ready to put the mask back on. Yeah, all that,
I can point you, because of the type of work I do, I can point you to a direction of understanding, but I can't feed you the information. If you got, I understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand. Yeah, new variant. So we got to get ready to buckle up again. Everything that confine us, isolate us, keep us away from each other, prevent us from communicating, monitoring and tracking everything we do on our computers, on our phones, everything.
Humongous, you made a point here. I was saying invest in gold. I'm not so sure that's the answer. because they've already made it be illegal at one point in
It's not a
time.
definitive answer, but it's a good start. It's a
But
good
they've
hit.
already, the government has already made it at one point in time. So precedent's already in place that they can do this. That they've made it illegal for a private person to own or hold gold.
Yeah, they do have, what was it I read out of that document? That which has oversight and that which doesn't
Mm-hmm.
have oversight.
You need to invest in the things that do not have oversight but have value.
Right, have value. Correct, correct. What the hell was that? I was just, see if I can find it because I had opened it up.
While you're looking that up, I'm going to change a slight topic for just a moment. This is just a side note. Do you remember the 5-hour video that you and I did?
Which one? We did a couple of them.
My channel, Wells. We're covering Summer Wells.
Oh, Summer Wells. Okay, yeah, we did do a couple of them, I think, on your channel.
Would you believe that that has actually come back to fruition and an important role? The information I put out there, where we talked about on that, it actually came back, and this was about a year and 2 months ago.
Okay.
That we did that video, and it's actually come around to that information is back to current.
Oh, no kidding.
No, I'm not.
No kidding. Okay. Yeah, because the rest of the conversation that I guess other people were having, you can only have it but so many damn times.
Mm-hmm.
Till you start to take a look at other avenues and perspectives as to what had occurred on June 15th. And the 14th.
We were that far, and we were that far ahead that it came back to full circle to that.
Wow. That's interesting. Oh, here it is. Because I was looking at it. See if I can take this down and actually show you the I got to go to full screen share. I can't pull it up any other way. Okay, let me see. What am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing? Here it is. Close this and close this. And this was the research and analysis from the Board of Governors, the Federal Reserve System. This was put out January of 2022. Board of Governors of Federal Reserve System. Blah, 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 blah. Promotes this, promotes that. The safety and soundness of individual financial institutions. Fosters payment and settlement systems. Promotes consumer protection. Community development. La, 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 la. All the stuff.
John, if you don't mind, I know you're going through this and trying to find the point you're looking for.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you mind if we have Miss Justice drop a link to my channel? That way people can, because it's being asked what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, Miss Justice is in the building.
I think I saw her still. I thought I saw her a moment ago.
Okay, yes, if Miss Justice can do that. Yeah, all this is here. Excuse me. Where is it?
I'm listening, but I'm going to mute myself and step away for a quick moment.
I think it was on payment system, central bank digital currency, what that is, how it works, benefits, and risks. There it is. 21. Was it 21? Yeah, this was just released. Finally, I was able to get the executive copy. But it takes you through what was given back to the president. 17 banks going out and test driving this new financial system that they're getting ready to unrobe from behind the curtain. And it's basically going to be designed to be run by the Federal Reserve folks themselves. They are the ones that's going to be backing this system up. Non-bank money, commercial bank money, central bank money defines that. Let's see what else. Payment systems. Recent improvements to payment systems. Remaining challenges for the payment system, which requires information, personal and private. All references, FDIC. What else was here? Digital assets, cryptocurrencies, stablecoin. That's what I think I came across. Stablecoins, where you can actually use that to almost like a small interest-bearing account, stablecoin, while securing your finances. All this is happening, folks. Central bank digital currency is what they're designing. Privacy protected, protecting consumers' privacy is critical. Any CBDC would need to strike an appropriate balance, however, between safeguarding the privacy rights of consumers and affording the transparency necessary to deter criminal activity. This is what they have to work on. Transferability, identity verification, use and functions of the CBDC, potential benefits, improvements of cross-border payments. It's when you go into another country. Financial inclusions, extend public access to the safety of safe money, potential risk and policy considerations. There we go. Page 17. Okay.
Oh, they bury it. They don't bury it on the last page.
They put it in the middle. They don't think you're going to read this shit.
Usually, something like that, some policy considerations, they bury that in the last page because they know you're not going to read that far.
Everybody's not going to read this. Oh no! Why can't they put out a video? I can see it better.
Because they're not going to talk about it in the video either.
Right. Changes to the financial sector market structure is what they talk about. Potential risk and policy considerations. They have to look into these areas. Safety and stability of the financial system itself. And this is the thing. All this requires energy. All this requires power. If somebody flicks a switch, that's all it takes. You've got nothing to back up to. Nothing physical if they totally remove cash. See, because if your credit card doesn't work and you're still able to get to cash somehow, you can still use that. That's called your backup. And people rely on a backup. What's to back this up? You buy something, oops, I made a mistake, I want a refund. Well, you got to wait 7 days. I don't think that's a good backup. I don't think that's a good backup. Issues that are going to evolve from this: efficacy of monetary policy implementation. What was the other one? There we go. Privacy and data protection and the prevention of financial crimes. Consumer privacy, prevention of financial crimes. This is what they hope to avoid. This is all of what they hope to avoid. Cybersecurity, online banking. Yeah, so I don't want to bore you with the rest of that, but I was able to get it. If anybody wants a copy, email me. I can forward this to you. I don't want to post it on the community board. It is which would be considered copywritten information, but public information nonetheless. I can easily send you a copy of that. This way you can get it in a Jamel conspiracy. Called me. Look. Unsubscribe time, LOL.
Jamel, that will be the spin on this. But the truth of it is he's 100% right.
I tell you.
There's a guy that has a national radio station, and he's written books on of how to become financial success, and we're talking about getting out of debt and having no debt whatsoever. Buku bucks investing, and literally people will come out onto his show and say they followed his stuff and prove it nationally, prove it that they have $1 million or multi-million dollars, and they've just busted their behind. They haven't won the lottery or anything like that. They've just busted their behind and lived on a good financial plan. Okay. I'm not trying to make a point of, my point is not to tell you that Dave Ramsey is the best at anything, but there's a reason he teaches. And this document is, when you read this document, what he teaches is exactly right. You have got to have a period of time, whether it be 3 months, 6 months, of liquid cash, liquid not stuff tied up in investments.
Yeah, you have to have a liquid reserve.
You have to have some form of a stockpile of cash somewhere that you can easily access it for 3 or 6 months of living expenses.
Yeah, because if the lights go out, something hits a power grid. What are you going to do? Go to an ATM?
Exactly.
You're going to stick your card where? Where's that going to work if the power's out?
Power's out, you're not getting gas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're not going to be able to get you can't use your car to get gas. The gas pumps aren't even going to work. Think about that one. The gas pumps aren't even going to work, so you can't fill up your car to go. I live in Northeast Tennessee, so let's say they go to Nashville, 4 hours away, to try to find a gas station or a working ATM.
Yeah, this is that and just so much all at one time. And the further we go into this year, 2023, it just seems it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker. The one compounding and compiling on top of the next. By the time we swing around to 2024, what are we going to be looking at? Now we have a highly contentious year to deal with coming out the gate. Because I believe everything is going to be ramped up. It's going to be a different time than it is now. And a lot of things are going to be ramping up.
Lena,
hopefully they can get to the table and talk a piece of cord.
Lena, that's what I was saying about having a vehicle that was built in the 80s, because they're not driven by a chip.
Get that on the table first. Nobody needs to be pointing weapons at each other. Take care of life first. Then stop the nonsense that's happening with our southern border. Get control of it. Let people see you're getting control of it. Stop all this, let's throw a bunch of money at it bullshit, which puts us further and further in debt. $33 trillion deficit is no joke. That's what? Not grandchildren, not great-great-grandchildren, but great-great-great-grandchildren. Huh. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. No need to sweat. We'll take care of it.
Ronald Reagan, the 8 most scariest words.
Revolving door, man. Revolving door. I don't like it.
Ronald Reagan and the 8 most scariest words. I am from the government. I'm here to help.
That's why he said trust, but verify. Trust, but verify. I heard what you said. Okay, but I'm gonna check it out.
I'm going to research it
And
before I
do
believe
your
you.
diligence. Do you do due diligence? That's the key. You can't hold anybody to their word. What you do speaks so loud. What you say, I can't understand anymore. And what these people are doing is damn right in our face. If that's not more the truth than anything else, well, shit, we're on the wrong planet. Who the hell authorized him to sign an executive order? First day he got in, an executive order to change what was put in place. We were energy independent, for crying out loud. He pulled the plug on that. That pissed me off.
Oh, yeah.
That's why gas prices are right through the roof. Now we got to depend on what? OPEC oil again?
Do you know the
After
reason
they
we
didn't
don't
like how we pulled out? Well, Trump, did his thing. So, well, look, we no longer need you. I'll tell you what, you pay us.
Do you know why
he made China pay for fair trade and help the agricultural farmers? What, $28 billion there? He brought money back in.
Do you know
why
why
we smart business? Just smart business. It's just not throwing money at shit. He was actually able to get money from our production. We got to bring production back to our country, manufacturing jobs back to our country. We got to put people back to work in this country, not at low minimum freaking wage of the 1900s. People got to eat.
Put men and women back in the coal mines.
And guess what that'll do to inflation? Bring it down. It'll also lower the interest rates on bank loans and everything. It'll stabilize the market. I mean, it's basic freaking common sense. What, economics 101? And these people are not even paying attention to it? Oh, man, it gives me a headache. And these supposed to be smart people that's supposed to be working on our behalf. They're supposed to be. But you heard the idiot from the Department of Homeland Security. He couldn't even answer Ted Cruz's questions. Yes or no?
Right.
Yeah, but yes, it's a yes or no question. Why can't you answer? Because he's trying to stonewall the guy. Wasn't paying attention to him.
Do you know why we will not put men or women back in coal mines or producing oil at the current time? Do you know what the reason for that is?
What's the reason?
EPA
Not only because
concerns.
it's unhealthy, but what's the reason?
EPA concerns. And those EPA concerns are to reduce emissions by less than 1%. We can't do enough in the United States to reduce emissions and things like that over production of energy and just normal consumption. When you have countries like China, countries like
go ahead,
some
RJ,
other
go ahead.
countries.
I know where you're going. Go ahead, lay it out.
Some of these other countries that refuse to reduce their emissions and have actually increased their emissions.
Yeah,
We
what are they
cannot do
what are they burning
enough.
over there? What are they burning over there?
Coal. We cannot do enough in the United States to counteract anything any other nation does.
So
We have a
take
problem with people not working, not having a good, decent salary to provide for their families because of another country and concerns of the EPA or the environmentals.
Tell it, RJ. Tell it.
Put people back in the mines, start authorizing oil production again, and screw these other nations over because we become independent of them.
There you go. There you go.
Then watch how fast they change.
Oh, yes. Yep. You see what you wrote? Stock up on bullets. People are going to want your shit. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. It's a level of thinking that you would think that they would have some kind of reasoning, some kind of no, that wouldn't work.
I lived in Alabama a few years back.
No, don't put your hand on the stove, RJ. Don't put your hand on the stove. Why? Because you're going to get burned. How bad? You're gonna turn around and say, how bad?
Oh, let's go third degree on this one.
How bad?
I lived in Alabama a few years back. And when I lived there, there was a major immigration issue. The laws on how people were be able to get hired for jobs was rather soft on how you how people could get jobs. I worked on the dock of a chicken plant. I loaded trucks, making minimum wage. Lived in a mobile home park where the next trailer over was a triple wide, 4-bedroom triple wide, where 14 people were living in. 14 or 16 people men were living in. It was about $700 or $800 a month. So they all paid about $100 a month to live there. An extra $50 to $60 a week for food and electricity. The rest of the money that they made, and they did contracting roofing work.
Right.
The rest of that $1,000 a week that they were making was sent to their family in Mexico.
Yeah. That's something. Yeah, well, the money is different.
The state passed the law. Said if you are found to be hiring or have employed illegal immigrants as of, I don't know, let's say if it was passed today, it would be May 15th, just to give you an idea. I think they gave like 6 months warning that the company would be fined $100,000 per illegal immigrant. And that the illegal immigrants were not able to get a job at all because there was a $10,000 a penalty if they were caught working in Alabama. Do you know how quickly the state of Alabama had no problem with finding people to work that were legal in the United States?
Wow.
Unemployment went down huge, and there was a mass exodus from Alabama.
When was this? How long ago?
Oh, let's say
without telling your age, obviously.
Oh, no, I'm not telling my age. This is about 2010, 2012 range.
Okay.
So we're looking at about 10 or 11 years, let's say 10 to 12 years ago this happened.
Okay. Wow.
You start getting states to do that kind of thing, make it impossible for an illegal immigrant to work in a state. It's another way of resolving the problem that John was originally talking about tonight. Bring us back to what you were talking about.
Yeah. Because, for them to, acquire, once they're checked out, which takes time on a list of thousands. So now you got to put them up. You got to house them. They have to be fed. They got to be checked out. No employer is going to want to hire someone who's come into this country the way they did and not have any concerns about whether they're medically fit.
Mm-hmm. And that's something that 50 states can do. that the federal government can't tell them they can't do.
That correct. That's right. Independently, they can do it according to state. Yeah. No, because everybody's going to be waiting for this federal government to do something. It's called hurry up and wait. Just like it's been for the last 2 years. Hurry up and wait. You know, I don't mean to sound comical, but look at it. Just look at it. What you do speaks so loud. What you say, I can't understand. And damned if I can understand any of what the president is talking about anymore.
Teddy
When you can't
Roosevelt.
understand your own leader, you kind of say, how the hell do you get there?
Teddy Roosevelt was known for
It
saying,
takes me right back to 2020. I was watching the whole damn thing.
Teddy Roosevelt was known to say, speak softly and carry a big stick.
Then what happened on January 5th? Tried to blame somebody. I knew that was coming down the pipe. And what happened. And they had embeds in there, you know, knowing that the man was going to have a full-blown outdoor speech. So put some embeds in there and stir up some shit and blame it on him. Because you know what we can do? Then we can impeach him. We can take him to trial. We can you know, all of this dark shit. You know, and Pelosi led the group.
And here,
old ass. She needs to go too.
Right. But
when they signed the Obama health care bill, the day of the signing and everything else like that, one reporter had asked the question, and she says, "Well, we have to, what was it? What was the words? Oh God."
We have to pass
it first
to know what's in it.
Mm-hmm.
We have to pass it first to know what's in it.
Before we know what's in it. And they're the fucking people that wrote. I don't mean to get too rambunctious tonight, but
no, but
you're
right. You're right.
Me.
You're exactly right, though, John. You know, you have a government that wants people to have a knee-jerk reaction. And that's what happened on the 5th is a catalyst happened and people followed. Okay. And there's a good way to handle things and there's a bad way to handle things. January 5th was an example of what the bad way to handle this is.
Oh, big time.
There is two alternatives to the right way to handle this. And they're both constitutional methods. One, elect new people. Sorry, you are correct.
I've been saying that for years. Yeah.
Humongous, we both say January 5th. You're correct. It was January 6th. My apologies. That number one is elect new people. Number two, and when I say new people, I mean people like Trump who are outside of the box thinkers. They're not from within the box.
Yeah, that goes to term limits again.
Number two is hold a constitutional convention. And it's not the people in government that do this. It's the people that do this. You can actually hold a constitutional convention, and it's the states that do this, the governors that do this, and they basically rewrite the Constitution. This country's done it once.
Yeah, wasn't the
framework?
The Constitution ratified at least 4 times?
Yes.
Yeah.
The framework remains the same. The constitutional framework remains the same, but you rewrite other things to adjust them for the means of the time.
Yes. Yes. I've always thought that the Constitution was like a starting template I've always thought that. I don't know why. You know,
Because it's
and
designed
as
to be
time-
just that.
Yeah, and as time progresses, you know, and as the need, depending on population needs, things of that nature, yeah, you would go back and, you know, put a slight modification into it to include the time later, as it would assist and help the Constitution in its previous state or previous foundation. You're building off of the foundation going
Right.
forward.
The framework
Like-
has always been
Yeah.
designed to remain the same.
Right.
It's other things that may need to be adjusted. You can have a constitutional convention. The governors can have a constitutional convention to make corrections, course adjustments, if you will, that will vault us into the future in a better path.
Yeah, compliment us. Damn.
Humongous, you are absolutely right. He is, but he is the asshole, excuse my expression, that he's the type of asshole that you want to be the president. He's going to set an agenda. He's going to say, I don't care. This is the agenda. This is what we're going to do. And screw you if I have to go outside the means of government to achieve it and go to private businesses.
Yeah, that was the difference. But that was a big difference with him. United States being a corporation, he ran it like a business. That's exactly what he got in there to do. And he made improvements in areas and sectors that needed improvement, that politicians couldn't do, wouldn't do, couldn't even think about doing. He said, this is a business. We need employment. Let's get employment. Bang. He ran hotels that way. Accounts payable, accounts receivable. Let's get the money right. Now we need to adjust our trade partners. Let's see what they can bring to the table. You know, rather than, you know, us coming out and coming out of our pocket for stuff that they have. Hey, let's find out what they're looking for, and vice versa, to create a balance, to get some kind of balance. And I have to say, yeah, it was working. Now, I didn't like Trump. I thought he was an arrogant, obnoxious, you know, whatever. But he got the job done. He damn sure got the job done with opposition, but he got the job done nonetheless. I don't think we would have this immigration problem had the wall been completed.
Oh, goodness. No.
Oh, my God. You know, come on now. You know, I mean, they had to botch that up. We need to have the open walls. We got to have this problem because we need a new voting bloc to hit this, to hit our country.
Sure. We need to have an open wall, a wall-less border with Canada, because we don't see these problems with Canada.
At all.
At all. They're happy being a socialist country. They don't want us invading them. We don't. They don't want to mess with the United States. They know that the United States is where it is, and it gives them security.
Yep.
They're happy in their world, in their country. They like how their country runs. They love how the United States runs. Because it protects them.
Yes, it does.
That's why we
right
don't
next
have
door.
this,
Right next door.
That's why we don't have this issue with Canada. Mexico, they love our country because they hate their own country. It's just that simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Mexico, I don't know. It's like a huge, I showed you on the map, South America. You know how big that sucker is?
Oh,
Do you know how big that sucker is in and of itself?
I'm going to say it's close to the landmass, if not larger than the last landmass of the United States and Canada combined.
I would say that. I would say that. If I could show you real quick, look. Here's the United States, right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now I just creep down and just take a little peek at Canada. Now there's Canada right up there.
And Alaska.
And Alaska.
Can't forget Alaska.
Yeah. All of this. The United States, Canada, and Alaska. Now watch this. Now we get down to the tail end through Mexico, down to the Panama Canal. How important that canal is, my goodness, when it comes to trade.
It's not even owned by the United States or Panama anymore.
East to west. But now take a look at this. Take a look at how huge this whole landmass is. Unbelievable.
Do you know who owns the Panama Canal now?
Oh, man.
It's not Panama.
No.
We can't even use the Panama Canal any longer. But our Army Corps engineers built that.
Yeah. Yeah, because they tried for quite some time, and they lost 22,000 people building that damn thing? Or was it the Suez Canal?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because the Suez Canal is over where the Black Sea is.
Right.
And then you have the Panama Canal is right here.
Mm-hmm. But do you know who owns the Panama Canal now? Anybody in the audience as well? It's going to shock you when you hear who actually owns it now.
Panama City. Is this it? I'd have a better map. No, it's right there.
Yeah, it's Panama City right there.
Yeah.
Humongous. You got it, man. We cannot use the Panama Canal. It is owned by China now.
Isn't that lovely? And we're going to be hostile with them because they want their little Taiwan back.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid. Only because Taiwan has huge microchip production coming up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
And one of the articles that John had played, the video articles that John played earlier, was mentioning fentanyl, and that enough was coming through the border to kill every single man and woman in the United States. And it's coming from China. Why do you think this Mexico border issue is so huge?
Yeah. Amongst everything coming through it. Here we go. A little Taiwan. Here's China. Right there.
Why is China so threatened by little old Taiwan?
Little old Taiwan. Because we got military bases all up in here.
Yep. It's
Right up to
the only
North-
way
right up to
they
North
can
Korea.
get away from Asia without the United States noticing is on the southern edge of Taiwan. What bay is that that's there? I don't remember.
Oh, this here?
To the south of Taiwan, the bay that's there, right in that area. I don't remember what it's called. It's not the Pacific Ocean. There's a bay it's a bay name of a bay that's there. I can't remember the name of it. But it's the area. It's an area that we actually have no holding on, and they can get away from out of Asia without us noticing.
Mm-mm.
That's what's important about Taiwan.
Let us get in there. Nope. No lines. Got a route. Got a route though. Just trying to see if we can get down in this somehow. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We banged into a rock. Yeah, well, at least they had a road mapped here. This is in Taiwan, folks. Look at this. Telephone lines. Whoa. Got a turn here. What's this? Outhouse.
That's probably
somebody's home. Yeah, most likely. But here we are in Taiwan. Here's the ocean. There we go. Just beyond the trees. This looks more like a footpath than it is for a car. Then again, with the small, yeah. Then again, with the small little buggies, mountain region. Oh, we're way up here. I don't even know.
Yeah, you're still central Taiwan, I believe.
Way up there. Oh, I'm in the center. Okay. Yeah, way in the center. Taitung. There we go. We're in the boondocks. Taitung. Don't ask me what Google Maps is showing us on the ground, because I couldn't even tell you. In terms of the street. What street are you on, John?
I would say make a right.
Make a right. Let me close this here. Say make a right. Well, I can only go left, and now I can go back.
There you go. Now once you go right.
Now I can go zipper. Oh, don't damn. Can anybody read that sign? One eye test. Here we go. Give you a one eye test. Let's go start with the left, and then we'll work it out. Not sure if that's a business or anything. No, we want to go here. Thank you. Stay on the road. Imagine the Google Map truck. Oh, damn. I jumped down here anyway. Nanhui Road. I came up off the highway, damn it. I didn't want to do that because it's going to lead me. Lead me down the wrong way.
I think you're going the right way.
Hey, we'll probably bang into a military base. Who knows?
Right.
Here we go. Military
bus stop.
Maybe we can go up the stairs. I don't know. Oh, we can go through the walls. Wow, you go to Taiwan and go through walls. Whoa, shit. Don't want that. Yeah, but they have the coast here. And all of this is what China's been looking for.
Yep.
To take back. To take back.
It's that bay. I believe it's that bay that's between the Philippines and Taiwan there. That is what China is really after when they go and try to. They say they're going to have a war with, or they're planning to have a war and take over Taiwan.
Mm-hmm. And down here you got Laos, Malaysia, Jakarta.
Brunei,
Mm-hmm.
Indonesia.
You got Manila, Davos, Negros, all these little small islands in the Philippines, Manila. Yeah, we got bases over there. All in protection. Got subs over here. Believe it or not, the Philippine Sea. And in these little ass islands. You can't see them, but let me see if I can get close. There's one. There's one right there. You believe that there's a military base here? Yep. I pulled up a dot in the middle of the water that turned into an island. U.S. military base there. Move over. There's another one over here. Military base over here too. Whether anybody knew it or not.
There's an island.
Little tiny ass remote islands have got U.S. interest all in it.
There's an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This is a bit of a history lesson for you all. If you don't know it, that is internationally now protected because of a turtle.
There's Guam.
That lives on the island, Midway Island.
I heard of that.
Do you know what the use of Midway Island was back during World War II?
Not not from the invasion of Pearl Harbor.
No, but it was used as a result of the invasion of Pearl Harbor.
Okay, and sounded familiar. Look at this, North Mariana Islands.
Midway Island has an airstrip on it. It's really the only thing that's on other than a Galapagos turtle. But our Navy and our Air Force used Midway Island as a refueling station for airplanes to go across the Pacific Ocean.
And when you really take a look at these maps, and you start to really zoom in on just water, look at this. You know, you wouldn't even see it. You wouldn't even see it. You wouldn't even see it. Not unless you began to zoom in and you start to see these specks turn into dots and dots turn into islands. So how the hell people live out here? Where's the grocery store?
I don't think anybody lives in that one.
You know what I mean? Do y'all bowl? How do you get here?
That's like a meteor would have hit that at one point.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think, maybe.
Or it's a volcanic island.
Could be an island to test shit too.
Miss Justice, you are exactly right. It was, yes, exactly. The movie with the Battle of Midway was documenting the battle over Midway Island.
This is crazy. Talk about being someplace you've never been before tonight, folks. But just to show you, why would we be so interested in these small little places that we've never heard of before, more or less whatever open up a book to?
I think you're looking at volcanic islands here.
Yeah,
they're part of the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, look now. Here's Mog Island East, Mog Island North, West. Farallon. Now this looks volcanic.
Mm-hmm.
Then you pull up and you go, okay, what is that in the middle of? Not too far from Tokyo, Japan, Osaka. And these are the guys that want to help protect themselves against the North Koreans in the event something goes off. South Korea.
Come on, North Korea can't even fire a missile to hit Japan, but they claim they hit United States all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But here is Russia, and there is Ukraine. All up in here. And all this shit started right over here with Donetsk, Mariupol, Kharkiv, and they want to get all the way to Kiev. If we hear that they get to Kiev,
it's over.
Yeah, it's done. This is Kiev. This is the capital of the Ukraine.
They claim they want to push the border just outside of Kiev.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen. They're going to go, if they get that close, they're going to try to take Kiev.
Yeah. And as you get to Moscow, where the vodka is, or the vodka,
one of the creepiest places on earth is there.
They have an area that was, let me see where the Kremlin is. I think this was it.
Lenin's tomb. It's one of the creepiest places you can visit.
Yes. I went down here. I was like, oh, I don't know if I missed it. No, I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight, we are in Russia, where the vodka is. I mean, I can't come up out of here, and there's no arrow that's giving me a path to walk around here.
I believe if you were to back out and just type in Lenin's tomb, it will take you there.
No, I was around in here somewhere. They won't. It's where the statue is, but the tomb is around here. I saw it. Something soldier's tomb, unknown soldier's tomb, and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. I'm like, okay. And typical, city, real estate, just like ours. Not just like ours, but.
No, see, here's the creepy thing. And I'm not saying this to make anybody sick to their stomach or anything like that. Please, I apologize if you have a sensitive
stomach.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a different way of saying it, but that'll work. Lenin is 95 to 98% plastic now, and it's in a glass tomb in open public forum. They remove him about monthly and replace parts of him with more and more plastic.
Okay. Miss Justice said, first we take Manhattan, Putin on the Ritz. She's on a roll.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not Putin, you're farting. If you're not farting, you're Putin. I thought that was his brother.
Oh. It's getting punny in here.
Yeah, really. really. But I wanted to share, just this insight. Our country is changing right before our eyes. And to stay vigilant, this is going to continue.
It's going to get worse. To be honest.
It is, just like the Mayor Adams said in New York City. And we have to, they're trying to mitigate this the best way they can. Funding will help. Resources will help. And they're looking for funding and resources to try to mitigate this horrendous circumstance that these people find themselves in. But then, to abruptly let them in without checking them. That reminded me of the Carter administration. Same thing happened to Florida for the folks coming over from Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Castro kicked them out. He kicked out prisoners and, all kinds of people. He just said, hey, you don't want to live under my regime, get the hell out. They got on boats and got out and came to America. Came to Florida, actually.
Yeah, they're like, oh, please, can we?
The dregs of prison and everything else came with them.
Yeah, but you're kicking prisoners out of your country as a punishment, saying go to Florida, go to America, as if it were a punishment. Let's really think about that one for a second.
Yeah, because they're only going to kick you back.
Right.
That's what he thought. That's what he thought.
That's what he thought.
What he thought.
But when we realized the conditions that were in Cuba, we're like, okay, come on. As long as you follow our laws, our rules, okay, we'll make you a citizen of the United States and welcome you into our country. You made it to the land. You suffered enough. Come on. But they went and did it, even though they had to come by boats and things like that. They went to the length of becoming a natural citizen, not just anywhere between the numbers. If I remember the numbers adding up right, between 300 and 500,000 people bum rushing the border. We're talking a boat of 50 or less.
Definitely. Just to get ready to close up, I wanted to share an update. I'm sure that most of you have seen it, and I had a live on it and covered what we thought was a senseless shooting by a police officer concerning Takia Young. Y'all remember this type of one? Where the police officers approached her outside of Kroger's in Ohio. And this was the police body cam footage. I had the sound off, but I'll go ahead and kick it in.
Stolen things from the store. Police officers routinely may be focused on one task in a public setting, then, when abruptly interrupted, must then redirect focus to a more pressing matter. Officer number 2.
Good night, Miss Justice. Thank you for coming in and keeping the room nice and warm. Thank you for dropping the link to RJ's channel. And thank y'all for continuing to hang out. I'm going to give you an update on this.
Quickly approaches the Lexus and attempts to talk to the suspect.
So 2 police officers respond to a call of theft. So this was the 2 police officers that responded. Body cams turned on. You have a contact officer and a cover officer in place.
He repeatedly tells her to stop and get out of the running car. It's well within the legal authority of police to temporarily stop and detain anyone believed to be part of a potential crime. Officer 1 appears to notice what his colleague is doing and walks over to assist. As Officer 2 continues to loudly tell the driver to get out of the car, Officer 1 walks past him briskly and moves around to the front of the car. Police officers are generally at greater risk either directly in front of or behind a car for obvious reasons. Drivers can drive forward or backward into the officers when they're in that most vulnerable position. Generally, police training teaches that when two officers have approached a car on foot or intend to interview a suspect on the street, they will take a position that gives them the best advantage for observing what the suspect is doing. In police parlance, this is simply referred to as contact and cover. One officer is attempting to contact the person to be interviewed, while the assisting officer is providing cover or oversight of the scene. Officers are trained that one of the most dangerous encounters they face on the job involves a driver seated in a car. It's dangerous because there are many places in a car where a weapon can be hidden and the driver's hands are often out of view. While this suspect didn't have a weapon, the officers didn't know that at the time.
Now, in a parking lot, she's parked in a handicap parking spot. No handicap parking tags are visible on the car, which would indicate that she belongs there, right? Their vehicle, well, one of the officers' vehicles is parked parallel to hers in the opposite open lane.
Seconds into the encounter, the suspect rolls her window down a few inches and asks,
if you notice over this officer's right shoulder here, his vehicle is behind him in the open second lane behind the parking, the handicap parking spot. Now, he wants to assist in helping the contact officer secure by giving him cover because he's now made contact with Takia, right? All right, so I said, well, if he knew he made contact, whomever he was talking to, I think there was a fender bender call that they were originally on, taking care of that situation, and then the first officer making contact with situations. So they had two situations. There's his vehicle right there. Two situations going on at the same time with this blue, I think it was his silver car, and then the police officer's car.
stopped. Officer 2 tells her that a Kroger employee has accused her of stealing. Citizens can ask why they are being detained or ordered to comply, and in most cases, when there's time and no urgent circumstances, the officer should provide an answer, as Officer 2 does. Ohio law requires everyone to comply with the lawful order of a police officer. Although she's been ordered to get out of the running car many times by now, the driver starts to turn the steering wheel to the right as Officer 1 is directly in front of the car.
As we talked about in the last slide, that was the first indication that she was ready to move. She was turning the wheel to the right to get ready to pull out, releasing her contact from the police officer.
In a clearly vulnerable position. Officer number 1 draws his firearm and again loudly orders the woman to stop the car.
Because now the car is beginning to roll in motion.
Police officers are trained to draw their firearms when threatened with deadly force,
Is
which can be
in
a gun.
physical motion. Oh, we got Boss up here. Boss is trying to come up. Now he got the key. He got the key. Boss, you got the key? I'll make sure you get the key. You got the key?
Man, you know I got the key, man.
Okay. If I brought you up too early, I'll put you back. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding, man.
Boss man, how's it going?
A knife.
What's going on, RJ?
We're
Not too
shooting
much.
it.
Long time no see.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We
So now
working, we
that-
working, baby.
I hear
Yeah,
you.
definitely. So now the second officer, the cover officer, has got his weapon drawn. You can see the proximity of his right hand from the reflection of the hood and where his left hand is. Now, to come to think, he's laying his left hand on there like he's going to stop that car from rolling. But it's also be there to brace himself just in case she does pull off. But having his gun drawn and in the area close to the
Or
windshield,
vehicle. In the next second, the driver steps on the gas and the car moves forward.
you'll see it.
When you look at side-by-side footage from both officers' body cameras, you can see that the suspect's car pushes Officer 1 backwards several feet. It's clear from the video that the car makes contact with the officer.
Boom.
In the next second, you can see that both of Officer 1's feet are off the ground. At this moment, Officer 1 fires a single shot through the windshield.
Close range.
Officer 1 is then able to slide off the hood of the moving car as it rolls towards the building. Officers run to keep up with the moving car, and from the video, it doesn't appear that the officers would have any way of knowing whether the driver is in control of the car. When the car stops, they act quickly to get the driver out of the car, which is what they are often trained to do.
Okay, so I show you that as we've covered it in my last live to actually show you this.
Can I take a moment to respond to that before
Yeah,
you say
go right
this
ahead.
part?
Go right ahead.
The first time I've seen this video, part of that I have issue with, part of it I don't. The officer that was in the front of the car probably positioned himself badly in that situation. And I have no problem with him pulling his gun. However, he should not have been targeting that person at a slow speed of pulling off. That car's not even doing 5 miles an hour at that point. You shoot the engine, you shoot into the engine to disable it, or you shoot out tires.
Talk, RJ.
Hey, welcome to the family, RJ.
Doing 10
That's why I
miles
came
an
up
hour.
here.
Listen, 10 miles an hour, shooting into the engine, and you're just destroying that engine block. You taking out those tires are enough to disable that vehicle, and that is still safe for the person that's in it. For all we know, at that point, they had the car in gear and their foot slipped off of a brake pedal.
Yeah, RJ, I couldn't agree with you more. Now, we talked about this backstage.
Yes, we have.
And the officer, he had the right to do what he did. Let's put that out there first and foremost, because she used the car, I ain't gonna say as a deadly weapon, but when she moved towards him, that's what they consider it
That
as.
is exactly what he interpreted that
But-
motion that she made to be.
John, if you was to bring that video back up when it's on the police body cam, and you can actually see her with her hands on the wheel. Her first movement before she pulled off was she turned that wheel. She made a sharp right because she didn't want to hit him. She just wanted to get away. Now, with that being said, with the footage that we just saw where they said the officer's foot is off the ground, it was, but where was the location? Off to the side of the vehicle. So that officer at that point in time, I don't care what nobody say, knew he was not going to get hit because he knew he could maneuver his way with his hand, the left hand, on the hood of that car to push off to the right hand side of that of the vehicle.
That would have been my natural response to do, because now she's in motion, and rather than fire off a lethal weapon that could have ricocheted someplace else, maybe hit a pedestrian, civilian, I wouldn't have taken that chance. There was no need.
Think about it. He
There was
was
no
so
need, yeah.
thirsty to shoot this woman, he didn't even realize he could have shot his partner. You feel what I'm saying?
Hugh,
But at the end of the day, she made the wrong decision by doing what she did. So he's not going to be. And I understand that. But we know by what we just saw, he didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Humongous, you may be right that it may not have immediately stopped the vehicle by shooting in the engine through the, like, say, through the radiator or through the side or anything like that, but it would have done enough damage to that engine that within a short period of time, it would have disabled that vehicle. Or
No,
at the
I didn't
absolute
disagree
least,
with you. I didn't say
rattled
that.
the woman. No. I'm responding to Hugh. Hugh said, because I have nothing to disagree. I agree 100% with what you're saying,
Okay,
boss.
my fault. My apologies.
Hugh.
My apologies.
No, you're fine. I'm saying, I don't have an issue with the officer shooting. I'm saying that I believe his target was incorrect. Either you fire into that engine block or you start shooting out those tires, because it's going to limit what that person can do that's driving.
Yeah, I went to tires. It was
Yeah,
close
John, you
enough
did say that.
and at an advantage point to have the a quick line of sight of the tires. Pop the tires out. She ain't going nowhere too far, too fast. Even if she tried to accelerate, she wasn't going too far, too fast.
What is the job of an officer in these type of situations? To preserve life.
Yes.
Exactly.
That ain't what he was intending to do at all.
You point out your gun, I don't have an issue with, because that's something that can rattle a person and make them comply.
Yeah. But they're trained to know, trained is the key word here, to know that if your suspect, assailant, contact person decides to get into a car and you are in front of it at a traffic stop, even on a highway, and they begin to engage you with that car, put that car in motion, defined by training, the car becomes a lethal weapon.
Absolutely.
And you, therefore, can consider using lethal force to protect yourself.
Right, but I'm
That's
saying
how they're trained.
in a parking lot where you're
out of the books, that's how they train them.
you're
Common
in a
sense wasn't here because that wasn't a part of the training.
you're in a parking lot where a car was in a parked position, and like I said, it could have been a slip off of a brake pedal, and the officer being out of position. It should never been in a position where he's in the front of the car like that.
Never should have put himself in that position. I agree.
That shooting in the engine or shooting tires out, in my opinion, was the appropriate action.
You would have been better off in the passenger. I would have on the passenger side, not in the front, but off to the right wheel of the passenger side to keep his hands on her through the front windshield. And that would have given him full protection just in case that she did decide. Then he could draw his weapon and go for the tires.
Yeah.
That way he wouldn't have put himself in harm's way at all.
Now let's just go back to a video or situation, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you seen, when the guy was coming at the police officer with a knife. They was on the highway somewhere. Y'all remember that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He was coming at the officer with a knife. The officer did not shoot him.
Laquan
That's a deadly
McDonald.
weapon too. That's a
Laquan
deadly weapon.
McDonald.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I hear you.
And I know each officer is different on how they handle situations, and that's the problem. That's the problem for me. Like, if you're gonna spare this man's life, why didn't you spare hers? Because guess what happened to that man with a knife? They got him down and they didn't kill him.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I now know which one you're talking about. All the cops surrounded him and whatnot.
Yeah, and he just came with a knife. Like, he was trying to kill them. She wasn't. She was just trying to get away. And then Hugh just put in the chat. He said, what was so critical that they needed her not to get away? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all, bro.
Yeah,
Well, let's
that's
see.
exactly my point.
Well, let's
You know-
see. Well, let's see. Let's take a look. Good question, Hugh. Let's see if this is what was just so critical to stop her. What we were able to do to bring an update is to share with you this video clip, which we did not see, and this was not a part of part one. This was shortly released afterwards as part two of what happened that day. But yet it was part one of what originally happened that day. Let's go to the liquor store where she was allegedly accused of stealing liquor.
And you can take the allegedly off.
Let's take a look at the video. And here she is coming in. She takes aisle 1 and watch her moves. Same date. Here she is. She swung around out of aisle 1 to go to the center aisle 2. We see her there. Man turns around, hand in his pocket. He's talking to the cashier. Camera's just above her head. Now look at her. Now look. What you're about to see is going to blow your mind. A bag within a bag. Let's see. We got 1. We got 2.
She's not going after the cheap stuff, is she?
We got 3.
Oh, they look like bottom shelf.
We got 4. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Now she's not looking. I'll just slip number 5 in here. Okay, we got 5. Bag within a bag. Still in the center aisle. There's one more reach. And there's another reach. This is going into the basket now. Now we got Humpty Dumpty coming in. She's on her cell phone. Other girl takes aisle number 1. She swings around, meets her in the center aisle, and look at what she does. Out of the basket, into the bag. 7, 8.
Oh, let's go for number 9 and 10. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'll put that back. No, I'll get that. I'll get this one. This is the leader. I'll put this in the basket. The funny thing is that she's not noticing at all this damn big screen ass flat panel TV that's got 4 quadrants looking at the store behind her head. Look how low that is. When she walked in, she didn't notice anything about security. But yes, she took a chance to do what she just got finished doing. Now you got the 2 girls in the center aisle. She looking down the aisle. Now watch this. Make things much more delightful to see. Her girlfriend reaches over. She grabs one. She sticks it in her bag. See, notice nothing in the hands. Okay, I think we're done. Have a nice day.
She's waiting for a distraction.
Coming out of the liquor store, connecting into the pharmacy. caught on that camera. Passing the front register, passing that camera. The doorway, exiting the store, passing the self checkout, and then the doorway. And then the other side of the doorway. All right. Where was the other one? I'm like, what? Did you all see that? Too much.
A theft in a store happens more times than not in parties of 2 or 3. And usually the person doing the main theft, as you just saw, will go to the counter and wait for a distraction to allow the distraction to allow them to slip out.
All right. And
I was expecting a bottle to be thrown into the ground to break. But it still does not justify a shooting.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You know, they always said, you know, if you're ever robbed, whether at gunpoint or just through intimidation, just give them what they want. Because if you can get out of it with your life, you came through. That which you lose, you can always get back. And you live. You know, but in this particular situation, I guess, you know, whether they knew what she was doing or not, because you saw the flat panel TV, it showed everything she was doing. They allowed her to do it. They let her walk out. And then in this video clip, I got to find it.
My apologies, John. I didn't mean to like divert you there. It just
no.
That's the first time I saw that one, and I'm just like
I had to show it. Had to show it in its entirety because that's where we came from when I first covered the story.
Where'd
And
the
then
boss
when I
man go?
saw, and then when I saw this, I said, "Wait a minute, what?"
Where did the boss man go?
He dropped down. I know he's got to go to work.
Oh, he's working
So,
graveyards, huh?
Yeah, he's doing his thing. He's doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can grab this one real quick to show you when they exited the store. You'll get to see something interesting as well. And then we're going to wrap it up. All right, so here we have the outside camera. Boss is back.
I see that.
So from the exterior camera that's on the outside of the building, the left side of the building of Kroger's. What did I do with it? Oh, there it is. All right. I want you to watch carefully as to how they exit the building and how they come in contact with the police that's already out there. Here you have this officer here, which is parked directly next to her car, and the other officer making contact with the other individual concerning the fender bender that they had in the parking lot before she came out.
Aha. Okay.
Aha. So watch carefully now. There she is. Coming out of the building. Coming out of the building. See him up top?
Mm-hmm.
And there she is. Breaking away from them, and they're still walking back here. She now makes contact with her car. They make contact with this car. Now the first officer, from the employee shouting, She just stole something from the store. Begins to make contact with her. Second officer comes around the front. And here it is from a different angle.
And it looks like their friend's vehicle, which was the next aisle over, did leave, completely left.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
There they are.
Yep.
Oh, you think they were going to go over there to see what was going on? Nope.
Oh, heck no.
Pulled right on out.
We
Oh,
out of here.
We're not going to deal with the popo. We're not going to deal with the popo. And obviously, they found out that she didn't make it back because obviously she had all the liquor. They got away with the bottle, and hence the accident or the incident, excuse me. I wanted to share with you that. So when the family went down to, I guess, to meet with the authorities and saw the body cam footage, I'm sure that when the rest of this came out, they got the rest of the idea that she was stealing. Oh, I can imagine. Oh, we're going to sue you. They had the NAACP. What's his name? The attorney from the NAACP, Watson, that was looking to assist the family in some kind of possible lawsuit against the police department for unjustified force.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm good. Pregnant or not, the being pregnant, that woman should not have put herself in that position because a woman that's pregnant shouldn't drink in the first place.
Yeah. So you figure she stole all that liquor, maybe to sell it, make some quick, easy cash.
Yep. However, she did what she did. Boss man, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
I said, "Oh, she was throwing a party."
Right. Nonetheless, she did what she did. Even if it's a couple $100 worth of bottles, which we don't know exactly what she took, doesn't justify. And I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of the officer's reaction, but it didn't justify him using lethal force on the person. You have enough cameras around to get, at the absolute least, get her plates.
Yeah. Oh, like Hugh just said, they could have just let her drive away and just show up at her house later to arrest her. No need to shoot anybody over it.
Exactly.
You know, there's so many different ways, but I guess it was the contact adrenaline that second officer had. You know, it's almost like, oh, we got to get this one.
An officer, though, is supposed to be trained to the point where they can control their adrenaline in a situation like that. They're supposed to be in control, have the emotional maturity to be in control of a situation like that. And that officer did not display that. In my mind, this is a definition of excessive force. I don't have a problem I would not be saying this if he shot the engine, shot at the tires, waste a whole entire clip into the engine block. It's a couple $100 misdemeanor.
Yeah, and not to use lethal force to take someone's life at point blank range. He should have never positioned himself in front of that car. I wouldn't have. I would have put myself on the right front end of the passenger side, made still good eye contact with the hands, because that's where her hands were, on the steering wheel. And if that car was in motion, I was already safe. one other thing to think about if I'm going to draw my weapon is go for the tires. Make sure that they're, I take perfectly good aim not to injure anybody else, including myself. Shit. But yeah, they could have just wrote down the license plate, make and model of the car and everything, find out who it's registered to, and then showed up later. I'd have to agree with Hugh on that point. Easy. That's why they have the technology. That's why they have the cameras. Got to use that intelligence to perform that way. But I don't know. Because the first thing that gets attacked is obviously the training. Oh, they weren't trained properly, and you shouldn't have not shot her. But then again, she shouldn't have moved the car.
Right. I'm going to double
she
back
shouldn't
to,
have to move the car. You don't move a car on a cop.
I'm going to double back to, I don't have an issue with a cop pulling his gun. I don't have issue with a cop shooting. I have an issue with what he shot at.
Yeah.
Pregnant or not, in that situation, a car that's moving 5 miles an hour, it's going to give you a bruise. It's not life-threatening. It's going to give you a bruise.
Yeah, because she pulled down with idle speed. I don't really think that she depressed the gas to because she would have ran him over.
Right.
I think she was creeping out, but yet giving him some time to realize, hey, she's moving the car, get out the way. Because as soon as he would have cleared himself, I bet you she would have pulled out a little bit faster. She would have depressed the gas and pulled out as quick as she could.
That's the point I was just about to make. It would be a completely different situation if she had 15, 20 feet on him and tires were squealing. Burning rubber, smoke coming out the back, the whole 9 yards. That's a different situation to me. Because that person, once those tires grip and grab traction, it's going to be doing 20, 25 miles an hour. No time flat.
Easy. Yeah.
That would have been okay. I would have been okay with that.
Yeah.
Because then we have an aggression towards the officer and that person trying to escape. This was, yes, the person was trying to get away. But for all we know, they could have been paying attention to the officer that was at the side window, glanced over, saw the gun pointed at them, and is like, I need to get away. Flight or flight, natural reaction, flight. I need to remove myself before I get shot at. End result is she still gets shot at.
Yeah. And to even now link video piece 1 from body cams and then to the store theft itself, people just made some bad decisions, both on her part and on
I agree. I agree. She made bad decisions, but take a life is worse than that one.
Yeah. I mean, and that is, you see the causation of things, especially in this particular situation.
Yeah, I agree.
It could have been a lot of things going on, inside of the other officer's mind too. Whatever that might have been, we can't really know, other than the fact that he had to cover his partner, but his positioning was a bad choice. Just me.
Right. No, I agree.
Him having to draw his gun in the way he did, bad choice there too, because he had his finger on the trigger rather than in safety mode alongside of the gun.
I did notice that as well.
If you saw that, yeah.
So
he was reared up. He was already showing intentions at that time. No need to shoot her though, but it just, the physical expression showed me more about what he was thinking than anything else.
Yep.
And how do you play that? Well, we got to take a look at the tape. We got to, examine it. We've got to that in order to determine whether it was a justified shooting. And in this case, Obviously, with the car in motion, they're trained that a car is a lethal weapon if it is in motion and being used against the officer. Self-defense then kicks in. That's how the officer was trained. Well, they're going to play it by the book and justify that narrative because that's how they're trained. How is he supposed to know anything other than how he was trained? Well, common sense would have said, don't get in front of the damn car because she may pull out.
Even that, even if that was the correct positioning, even if that was,
I'm telling somebody, my contact partner is telling somebody to get out the car, which they are refusing well over 5 times. So it's already an agitated situation to begin with. So there is a strong possibility this could escalate. Let me make sure I take my safety precautions to protect myself in the event, and my partner in the event this could escalate suddenly.
Hugh, you have my exact point.
Damn.
His unfortunate actions made it justified. You know, if that is the correct positioning for the second officer in that situation, you should, I don't know, in my opinion, allow for a turning radius in that situation because there was no cars to the right of that vehicle. You should allow for a turning radius so you wouldn't be in that position of being hit.
You should have jumped on top of the hood for all that. Stop the car, stop the car, stop the car. Got a cop on top of a moving car, and she can't see because he's in front of her. Different scenario. You know, Martin Riggs from Lethal Weapon would have thought of that, you know.
Yeah. Hollywood, though. It's Hollywood, though.
Car. Hey, Raj, you want to come help me? Hey, you going to stop the car, lady? You going to stop the car, lady? Stop the car.
There's another good example. TJ Hooker style. Exactly.
Yeah, you know. Don't get dragged. TJ Hooker style. Yeah. Don't get dragged.
But I don't know. I think he positioned himself and badly. I don't think it's so much like he didn't. It's not so much like he positioned himself in front of the vehicle. That could have been the correct positioning for him, but he should have accounted for a turning radius or a ability for him to maneuver himself out of the way, not being close enough that no matter what she does, she's going to clip him.
He was never worried about being hit by that car. You know, he thought that she was going to comply once he knew that she saw him with the gun in his hand. It's the most intimidating visual that anyone could possibly ever witness. Hey, this guy's got his gun on me. I know how crazy police can get. Let me stop. Let me stop. You know, that's what he thought.
It's unfortunately not the first reaction people have anymore when they see a cop with a gun drawn.
Yeah,
because too many are shoot first, ask question later.
That's it. And the other thought is, you know, to them, I'm not going to jail. They're not taking me. Let me get out of here. Which
when the shoot first, only ask questions later, the only time that would have applied and a cop been applauded for his actions was Uvalde. But let's not go there tonight.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, so RJ, thank you so much for joining the panel. Boss, thank you for coming up. I know that you left me a message about your connection. As sometimes happens, you know, sometimes happens. Happened to me too.
All right.
Internet connections and stuff like that. You know, technology, when you want it to work, it works. And then you hope and pray that, you know, if you have a message, that it continues to work. And then sometimes it does a dip.
Boss man, thank you. Nice to talk to you again, John. Nice to
Yeah,
talk
don't
to
be
you
a
again.
stranger. Come by. I try to come by, to your channel because I know you're still talking about, the new developments regarding, what people are talking about regarding Summer Wells now that they've backed up and, hindsight, take another look at some things and then make discussion on it. But that's interesting that they came around to that discussion.
We were just about
what we talked about. Yeah,
we were just about a year and 2 months ahead of everybody else. But
I still say that they should have had a search party on Chimney Top Loop to cover it. Just to cover
they still need to have that because people are more and more talking about the couple of caves that are back on that side that I'm personally aware of. On that side of let's just say it's a more Horton Highway area than it is more than it is just a Chimney Top Loop, but nonetheless is what is old is new again. When it comes to Summer Wells, it's that they're doubling back and looking at information or re-looking at information that was previously overlooked. But
it also
we happen to talk about.
Yeah, but it also gives you the impression too, because it gave me the impression. It gives you the impression too that they deduced in some way, shape, or form. They deduced that between Don and Candace, that they might have taken her someplace.
Mm-hmm.
That she is alive. They don't want to tell. And that's the story. They don't seem worried. They haven't done anything that would naturally make you believe that they are concerned parents looking for their children in the behavior that they have portrayed over the last little over 2 years now on YouTube. And the antics of going in jail and coming out of jail for probation violation and all this other stuff. And then they go right back to it. They go right back to the YouTubers that they were talking to. We're still looking. We hope and pray. The resurrection. All this gibberish. No action. No action to physically put together a cohesive plan to go out and look for their damn daughter.
Exactly.
You see, so they catch wind to say maybe they know where the hell she is, and they got us, chasing her ass. We're not going to spend any more time. We had EquiSearch out here. They came out here twice. Had people looking up and down, going and knocking on people's doors and all this other stuff. You got a JSB still running her mouth.
Oh yeah, she never stopped.
You know what I'm saying? These people are crazy. So hey, when they're ready to let us know what happened, they'll let us know. But they don't seem concerned about her being missing.
I'm at the point where I honestly believe that they've told us. But because of how much mud and BS has been slung around, that we can't tell. We can't tell that they put it out in there in front of us of this is what's happened, but because of how much mudslinging they've done and how much BS has piled up on Ben Hill Road, that we can't see it.
Yeah.
That's literally the point that I'm at with this.
Right. Hugh, the shooting had taken place at Kroger's in Blendon Township in Ohio. At the Kroger's. Blendon Township on August 24th.
But John, it's 1 a.m. I got to get my behind in bed.
Yeah, me too. I went
Have a good night, man.
I went overtime tonight. You too. And don't be a stranger. I promise I won't be a stranger to you.
All right. Have a good night. Bossman, that goes to you too, man.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for coming on board and shooting the breeze with us about hey, our country. What's happening to it.
And our country is I'm good at history and understanding things, and our country and is one of those things that I definitely take pleasure in knowing a great deal about.
Oh, most certainly. We live in it. We got to take care of it. We got to, hey, what else are we going to do on planet Earth, right? Where else can we go?
The idea of the United States being as it was constructed is a novel idea. And I believe it was Benjamin Franklin that said, if future generations do not take care of it, it's wasted.
Yeah.
And it's paraphrased. I know it's not exactly how he said it,
Yeah.
but the novel idea of what the United States is, if the future generations, and we are one of those future generations, if we do not take care of it correctly, we've squandered and wasted what the idea of the United States is supposed to be.
I agree. Definitely.
And
All right,
on that
RJ.
note, have a good night.
Yes, you too. And with that said, much love to everybody who came to chill out with John Q tonight. Thank you, Miss Justice, for holding it down. Mr. Boss Blake, my brother, thank you for jumping in and chiming in. You know you got them keys. We're doing some work on at the round table, putting together some work for our next upcoming round table. Might be a react. Then again, it could be something new. I know that we've been talking about, the missing children. We're kindly working on some things, putting some stuff together. You know how we do it. And we will end up at the round table next. But I'll also be working on doing my part one, coming back to revisit the Daniel Robinson case with the 54-page police report. I want to walk you through that, go back to some pictures, go back to some maps. We're going to do a timeline again, match it up to the police timeline, see if we can figure some things out. Maybe take a careful look at some information that wasn't applied during our early lives, now that we've had some time to digest a good portion of the report. So with that said, humongous, thank you for being here. All of you, my goodness. Rake's Funny Farm is in here. Leonetta Young, thank you so much for being here. Good to see new faces, new names. Lana Castellanos, thank you for being here. Miss Angel, if you're still here, thank you for your love and contribution. My goodness. As always, to my other moderators that I know might not even know I was on tonight. Miss Carol Smith, Miss Leslie B., Miss Aquahoma. Oh my goodness. And a host, Linda Truman. I didn't forget you. Y'all always come out to see John Q whenever you can. Like I said, when I go live, I got something to say. Tonight was just something different. It was just something different, and it was just bothering me, to see what was going on, happening in my state, could be happening in your state, or your state might be next. It could happen too, but stay vigilant. And if it is, plug me in. You got my email. It's under every live, send me something, send me a picture. Hey, they got setups going on down here, or trying to get setups going on down here. Furious Georgia, thank you. Cold Pepsi, thank you for being here. Who else did we have? My goodness, we had a number of people show up, share the love, sprinkle the love. Karen Moffat, I never got to answer her question, but I'm sure she'll be back. Oh my goodness, and we started out with a great group tonight. And we're ending with a great group. Fire Mama, 411, much love to you as always. We'll see you at the round table. We'll see you all at the round table. Hopefully, Miss Marty, Miss Sweet Pea. Brother Shankrock was in the building. He covers the Shanquella Robinson case. Kiki Eyes was in the building. Miss Sherry was in the building. Thank you so much for dropping by. Miss Lady Hawk was in the building too. All right. Early, very early. Tamika Ward was in the building. Marley 13 was in the building as well. Much love to everybody. Everybody. See y'all at the round table. Is that Miss 54 Keys jumped in here? That's what I was just closing up with. The round table. So yeah, that ought to be interesting in the next round table we do, where we're deciding on maybe doing a couple of things. Another react. Keep the ball rolling. 54 Keys is in the building. Oh yeah, but Carol Smith said, yeah, I'll put it up here. Sorry, John. Fell out, LOL. Your voice is like a nighttime story sometimes. I don't do that to you, Carol. I don't do that to you, Carol. When is the next round table? STEM Combo. Thank you for joining us. That could be coming up right around the corner. You know, we haven't set a date for it yet. Usually we get together midweek, like tonight, and go over a rundown. We'll most likely get together tomorrow night if 54 is up to it. She was a little under the weather the last time, but she covered a magnificent court case regarding Breasia Terrell, the young 10-year-old that was found unalived out in, I think it was in Ohio or something like that. And, you know, it was just a devastating case. And she covered it very well. And the last time we were connecting up with her, she was covering the court case, the verdict, which did quite well on her channel. Her commentary was on point. If you haven't seen that video, please check it out. The verdict in the Breasia Terrell case. Yeah, she did do a great job. Absolutely an awesome job in that. It was only in what, hour and 20 minutes tops. She was on and off, but she was able to break away and take a lunch break and get it done. So that was the best part about it. You know, get that break and get it up there. I enjoyed it. Here I come now, boss. Okay. Y'all going in the office? Okay. Well, I'll meet you back there. All right, folks, I'm going to run. Got to see my people back in the office. We'll catch you on the rebound. We will catch you on the rebound. Much love to everybody. Thank y'all for showing up. And we will be back for a follow-up on the Daniel Robinson case shortly. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed.